Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever and whenever you happy watching. This is Risco in Tokyo coming at you with some more Media Molecules Dreams? What? That's not what. It's the alternating third stream of the week, except it's not. It's the second stream of the week because yesterday was Trash Fire. But there's no reason to get into that too early, because nobody's here to listen, so that's fine. Or, well, some people are here to listen. I mean, hello, who's ever joining. Chat is quiet. That's okay, we just started. We didn't miss nothing. Didn't miss a gosh darn thing. And, yes, we are gonna... I don't know what we're gonna do. We're gonna do stuff. How about that? Stuff sounds good. There, that's what I wanted. We've got activity. Oh, I gotta level up. It's gonna say that I do play all the time, which I guess technically is true, but I mean, it doesn't feel like precisely what we do here. Oh, hi, it is wonderful. I hope that you're doing very, very well. You made a horrible mistake. No, I mean, no. Hi, wait, this is not a serious horrible mistake, is it? This is the funny kind of horrible mistake where it's like, oh, you visited Birdsite, that's okay, yeah. Depending on what flavor of shite that you stepped in, that could have been a real horrible mistake, because while there was discourse this whole weekend, Hirunda, back home again. I'm glad that you made it back home safe. I hope that you had a very wonderful time in Sydney. I'm glad that you missed, as far as I know, I'm glad that you missed the floods, because the floods sound terrible. Parts of the UK are going to hit 40 degrees soon. Okay. I mean, that is horrible, but not like bird site specific horrible, which is good. Hello, Ripe Valarthus. Am I getting that right? Or wait, Rip Evil Arthas? Or is it Ripe Valarthus? I'm not sure, and I hope I'm not buggering up your name. But welcome to the wait, you're not a first time. It is Rip Evil Arthas. Okay. Because the caps are different on... Hi, the caps are different on chat on Twitch than they are on my actual screen. We'll try Bose Island. That sounds like it could be fun. But I hope you're doing very well tonight. Welcome back. And I apologize. Oh, Skronos, pleasure to you as well. My TV says Silly England Island inhabitants will freeze this winter without Russian gas. That sounds... question marks? Maybe? Possibly? Hive says the UK was projected to hit these temps in summer by 2050. So we're... Holy... Wow. Okay. I'm gonna take a bit of a breath there. 'Cause that's... Whew. That's kind of a lot to deal with. Hive? By the way, do not feel bad about bringing that up. Like, I'm not gonna freak out and run around the room, but like that is kind of... That's... Yeah, that was... Okay. I mean, it is. Us! Rabbits! How are you doing? Hope you're very well. I hope all of you are very well and that you don't have more going on in your lives than you currently feel like you can deal with. Everything is a lot, as usual. I'm glad that I've arrived, and I'm glad that you've arrived, Quill. I'm glad that Rabbits has arrived. This game starts like Donkey Kong 64. It is on like Donkey Kong. Yes. I'm I'm gonna co-sign and undersign what Hive has just said. I'm glad that all of you have arrived. It is good to see all of you. Wonderful as usual, even though the world would... I did not read that note at all, by the way. I mean, I was reading chat, so... Oh, it's got a double jump. Kronos, the game has a double jump. It is officially a game. So that's good. I'm doing okay. Finished season 1 of the Irumakun anime. It was fun. Irumakun. I feel like that's a name that I should know because perhaps you've brought up before, but now I don't remember. Ooh, we got somersaults. I am loving the sound effect on this chap. Let's go! Season 2 gets better and sillier. That's the one Kronos mentioned. Okay. Okay, we're good with that. Then we can spread our particular unusual interest. What am I supposed to be interacting with this in some way? Season 3 is well on the way, so we're eating good. Glad to know that something good is going on. Good eats? Loving good eats. Had a tiring day at work. Kids were pretty wild. Actually growled at one of them in a serious way, which is unusual for me. Whew. Is there something that's got the kids acting up in particular, or there were there were patrons for this project? That's not something I expected. Something like, is it a full moon? Welcome to the Demon World, Irumakun. Yes. Excellent. We're just spreading our joys. No, it's just one of those days. You know, hello, brain meats, please. We've only just started. Any random day can be like a full moon day for kids, so that kind of tracks. Hopefully they'll be less rambunctious the next day that you go in. This armless crocodile masaur is absolutely darling. I have to give it that. I do. Oh, fudge. Okay. Bees. Not the bees. Not the bees. Oh my god. That seemed unfair. I can't do Nicolas Cage. They can't just send bees after us like that. This is a really nice lookingly realized world. I don't think those are quite the words that I want, but something like that. A kid I growled at started telling me how boring our service was, apparently not knowing that they were the reason it was taking so long to get to the fun bit. See, the kids, they just don't understand the process. We've got to get these kids on board with the process, which is a nigh impossibility. Which is one of the reasons why I loathed teaching children. Just did not do it. They should make it... Oh, no, wait, I did not touch that hive! That seems startlingly unfair. Alice, it is wonderful to see you. I hope that you're very well tonight. As always. You who have suffered for our sins. Oh, we can run on the, trees. These go there called trees. What the actual fuck, though? There's no reason that I should have needed to insert the word dealy bobbers there. They're clearly trees. That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm gonna blame this on being psychically hungover. And that'll be the excuse that I'm gonna go with. That's gonna be it. I completely lost my train of thought. I feel like there was a train of thought and it just parted the station on me. So I will say in lieu Liu? Liu? Liu Kang? In Liu Kang of a train of thought, I had a relatively productive day, and I feel more grounded than I did yesterday, so that's the thing. Quill says to River Rabbits, it wasn't that my handling was bad, but usually I can't get enough energy to really growl at kids. I'm too gentle of a person for it. That's... I mean, yeah. I'm probably 2 decades removed from the version of me that could just hiss at children. She did exist. Not, like, super proud. But there was a time when I would just hiss at random children, but I don't think I could do that now. I think we all deserve a day or two where we forget the name of everything and call them thingamajigs. I mean, yeah, honestly, sometimes I think that's particularly fair. Did I miss a ring? I feel like I'm playing Gravity Rush 2 again. Except I should be racing a bird and also flying. Okay, yeah, just put the ring over there. I lost my sense of direction for a day on Wednesday. That can be a bit of a spoopy feeling. That can definitely be a bit of a spoopy feeling, Quinn. Why did I say Quinn? Quill? Fuck me sideways. That's fair. I think multiple things happening at once is really high stress situation. It's the only time I can get angry too. Please, bees! 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 I should... Wait, you're gonna make... This is not fair. You could at least cancel out the race when I die? This seems like... Oh no, not the bees! Bees nuts. I feel like I've, failed everything that this level has thrown at me. I have not engaged with the level at all. And that's not perhaps fair to the level. This is what a lucid dream feels like if it was a hub world. This is not what my lucid dreams feel like. My dreams have been... They've gone places recently, and, they've been kind of a lot. I'll never forget the director commentary for the Cage Wicker Man. I've never actually seen the entirety of the Cage Wicker Man. I shouldn't, try to pretend like I'm hip and down and with it. I have seen the Not the Bees video, because I think that's, federally mandated. Not masks, of course. The government couldn't federally mandate masks, but, you know, they will make a special dispensation for making you watch the Bees video. But not the full thing. Bose Island, look, you're very sweet, Bose Island. You honestly are, and I feel like if I were, fully compos mentis? Is that the phrase? If I were that thing, where the brain meats were functional, I feel like I could engage with you on the level that you deserve. But, in actuality, I'm not quite seeing what it is you want. There's some notes, and we could shoot for those notes. There's a watermelon, and that will give us back health. But yeah, Alice says where the director talks about how much he hates feminists and how bees are the ultimate feminists, and that's why Cage suffered because of the bees. That's a take. I mean, that's a take. You kind of have to find the goals in this game. That's fair. And it's good to have you in tonight. Super Afro Boy. Reading! Yes! Go! I paused to check the Twitch screen to make sure there wasn't, like, any capitalization in your name that would actually give me a hint as to where the pauses are supposed to go. Welcome once again to the stream. It's one of those weird energy streams again, but it's a pleasure to have you, and I hope that life is being very kind to you. Like, I feel like there's, like, things... I feel like there's things that I don't get. Okay. So... Alright, so if I find the hidden tic-tac-toe bits, that'll fill out the tic-tac-toe grid? Why are the bees feminists? Because they have... Because they have a queen or are under... Oh, fudge. Not the bees! Not the bees! Are misunderstood to be a matriarchy. I would guess it'd be something like that. Oh, fudge. I like my name in all lowercase. That's, like, that's a super mood. Super Afro Boy, and I also generally like to have my name in lowercase. I'm kind of cheesed off that Discord insists on capitalizing my name when there's no particular need for it to be capitalized. Quill says, bees are the ultimate feminists, therefore bad. Shrieks, man who lives in an ecosystem propped up by bees. I wouldn't expect too much consistency from these folks. Can I breathe fire? Like, am I a crocodile or am I a Drago? That's such a shallow read on both bees and feminism. I mean, I wouldn't expect them to understand anything as complex as bees. Crocum dragon. I just want to know, like, if I can breathe fire. Because there's a fire pit. And I feel like I should be able to breathe fire on that fire pit. It seems like a thing I should be able to do. Ooh, there's... Can I speak friend and enter? Melon? Listen, I read my Tolkien, and, look, that is definitely the door. That's the back door to Maria. And, look, the word for friendship is melon, okay? I remember this. Open the door. Do I have to find the letters to spell that shit out too? Why must you tease me? The back door to Maria. I swear I saw like a Twitter post about somebody who had gotten a tramp stamp tattoo that was the line from Tolkien, the speak friend and enter. So that all kind of blends into one thing right now. Be careful of funny smells. Indeed. Hidden says, I've yet to read my Tolkien. I have one volume all of Lord of the Rings I've yet to read. I know that Tolkien, there are definitely issues with Tolkien, but I probably would have gotten into reading much later if I had gotten into reading at all, if a friend had not loaned me Fellowship of the Ring. So I do owe a bit of a debt to Tolkien, and there's a certain soft spot in my heart for that, but I can't do... I used to do yearly rereadings of Lord of the Rings, and I really can't anymore. It's kind of a lot. Like, not a lot as in, like, his ideas are a lot or anything, but it's just like, it's 3 chunky books of world building, Jaws off my page, that's mine. But if you're that desperate, I could give it to you if you bring me 60 blueberries. I need them for... It'll be a surprise. Wait, what did I mean, Miss Fat Hive? Hive says I have read like 80 pages of Lord of the Rings. I used to read reference books as a child, and that probably explains a lot about how I present now. That's... I hope that you don't feel like there's something wrong with how you present, Hive. That would make me sad. I would be very sad. Super Afro Boy says, I haven't read a book since high school. I'm not sure how long a time that is in your life, and I'm not going to ask you to elaborate if you're not comfortable in doing so. I haven't read too much chonky in a while. I really haven't had the patience for it. And it's something that I do miss, because I used to just devour books. But, like, the last 3 years in particular is just kind of... Yeah, it's kind of burnt it out. That facility in me. Which sucks, but... He says, having finished The Hobbit over our Sydney trip, I am really curious with book Lord of the Rings. That's an interesting beast, Hirunda, because I feel like they're very... How do I want to put this without sounding too hoity-toity? They're very different books with very different aims. And if you're expecting one from the other, you're probably gonna come out of the second, like, whichever one you read first, whichever one you read second, you're probably gonna come out of the second disappointed. Because it's not gonna really have the feel. Because The Hobbit is very much in a style is like... It's like a tale for kids. Like, feels much more of a fairy tale. And Lord of the Rings is not that. Like, it's definitely readable by kids, but it doesn't have that same kind of feel. So even in the structure, where The Hobbit feels very episodic, like, there's a lot of... At least as I remember it. It's been a while since I've read The Hobbit, because The Hobbit was the second one that I read. And I bounced off of it because it wasn't The Lord of the Rings. It feels like there's a lot of summary in The Hobbit that you don't get in Lord of the Rings. Like, Lord of the Rings is more, like, structured as a big chunky novel. So it's also, like, a lot less lighthearted. I mean, the Hobbit's got its darker and bleaker points, but not quite like the Lord of the Rings does. And Lord of the Rings is definitely a lot crunchier, like, as far as world building goes. Like, there's a lot of hinting at world building, and there's some good world building in Hobbit. I don't want to detract from it, but there feels like a lot less density of detail than there is in Lord of the Rings. Hobbit's basically a written down version of a bedtime story. Yeah. Silmarillion is a lot. And I haven't read Silmarillion all the way through since high school. That's, like, I don't know, Silmarillion's, like, all over the map, and some of it's really cool, and some of it's, like... The planks do bend, and that is a really nice detail. Also, I completely missed something that Super Afro Bear mentioned, and I don't... Super Afro Boy. Okay, so I haven't read a book since high school. Oh, Edo Bear! That's where I got the bear and boy mixed up. I do play other people's recommendations. I will take a look at Nun Massacre. Super Afro Boy said, a little bit back. 10 years plus since high school. Unfortunately, reading a book like that is a skill I struggle with. The mind wanders too much. That's like a super mood, Afro Boy. And I hope that you're not cutting yourself up too much over that, because at least like my own life personally, I've found that it's a skill that does kind of come and go. And especially if like reading was really meaningful to you, that to come into a space of time where you're not really able to do it is a little bit disheartening. But I empathize with that a lot. Panda says, when they say the Silmarillion is the Bible of Lord of the Rings, they mean it literally. Oh yeah, yeah. The dream's filled with little details. It is! And they're lovely details. But I think, as like Super Afro Boy mentioned earlier, that it does seem to be kind of a... I don't want to say a make-your-own-fun level, but a figure out what you want to do and do it level, which I'm not... like, I'm not super good at, even at the best of times. Super Afro Boy says, I always struggled with it, so I never built a passion for reading. I used to get frustrated when I wanted to read Star Wars novels when I was young, though. Okay, I can dig that. I can dig that. I never super got into Star Wars novels. I know I read... Wait, I can headbang? Wait, what? Do I... Okay, that's not a blunt. Okay, because I thought we had a blunt for no reason. I was like, what the fuck? Why? But also, I think it's a kazoo. But... why? It is a kazoo. It's definitely a kazoo, but there doesn't seem to be a... It's a kazoo that I can play. I don't know how. Wait. Okay, I can sit down and chill. This is nice. The Tolkien books don't have Legolas surfing on a shield, so they're inferior. I insert not sure if serious gif, Ludo. I both love and loathe that scene. Games are gonna see if you'd like it to see you. Games are gonna see if you like it to see you. Games are gonna see if you'd like it to see you. I feel like one of us might be missing a word in there, Edo Bear. Oh wait, no, hold on a second. Hold on a second. I remember this. Sometimes I do remember pronunciations. It's not Ito Bear. You told us this when you dropped by last time. It's Ito Bear with the soft I, right? Did I remember this right? I do remember you. And I'm kind of proud that not only did I remember you, because usually I do remember folks, usually, that drop into chat, but I don't always remember... Yes! I don't always remember pronunciations, especially when the pronunciations can also look like Japanese pronunciations. So, welcome back. Yes. I remember. Just popped into my mind. You have no idea how happy that makes me. This has been a day of small victories. So, I should have listened to Faith No More today. This would have been a perfect day to listen to Small Victories, which is an excellent song by Faith No More off of Angel Dust. If anybody would like to help me play the kazoo, I am 100% here for it, because I do not know. There's a lot of goofiness in the Lord of the Rings movies, and I don't know if I love that goofiness or I hate it. Because it's all kind of a lot. Wait. Now? Bear, thank you so much for dropping by. Please have yourself a wonderful rest, and hopefully we will see you sometime in the future. Wait, there's a banjo and a kazooie? It's not actually a banjo. It's not actually a banjo. Press R2 to carry objects. But does that mean I have to spit out my kazooie? The Tolkien books don't have Viggo Mortensen breaking his toe on a helmet but still continuing the scene, and are therefore inferior. You know, that reminds me, I still haven't watched A History of Violence, and I feel like I should watch A History of Violence because I traded on accident. I had one of those punk rock caps that I do not know what they're actually called, and the day that I stole A History of Violence, I forgot my punk rock cap at that school, and then I never got that cap back because I never worked at that school again. It was also the day that I bought Disgaea 2. So that's a weird set of memories. That's a whole weird thing. The goofiness needs to be there, otherwise it would be 9 hours of high fantasy cut with dark fantasy, and it would be unbearably dire. That's fair. That's fair. Like, I don't think you're necessarily wrong with that. I mean, okay, like, it's not so much that the goofiness is bad in and of itself, because I do think that you've got a really good point there, and I think that Tolkien even would probably agree with that point. I mean, like, there's the Lord of the Rings has got its goofy bits, but it, like, particularly in the surfing Legolas scene, it's like, it's gametic goofiness, if that makes sense. Like, something would be toyetic in, like, the late 70s or early 80s, like something that feels specifically designed to be a toy, even though it may not yet have been marketed as a toy or produced as a toy. It felt like something that would be in a video game, and I think that was what kind of took out from it. Because it's so, like, it's so weirdly out of place. If I just do an idol with the kazoo, will I just start jamming on the kazoo? It's there to show off how graceful he is as an elf, except landed straight. Yes! 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 It is! And when, like, Vin Diesel does that shit in Triple X, like, it's like it's Vin Diesel and Triple X, so you roll with it, because, like, that is, it's very gametic as a movie or series of movies, and also, like, it's Vin Diesel, like, you kind of buy into it, but, like, it just doesn't click with Lord of the Rings. And even it says I don't think they've even put the shield surfing in the Lego Lord of the Rings games, and, like, that is where. So then you've set it up, and then you didn't pay it off. Luda says I grew up with video games, so to me, if there's some video game that shit happening in a movie often, like, hell yeah! Exception being the Hobbit movies, where the weight just lacks. Did I watch, like, any of the Hobbit movies? I don't know. They came out after I was here, and I think I had enough of Jackson's Lord of the Rings, even though, like, I enjoyed Jackson's Lord of the Rings, that I don't really think I. Okay, I'm actually trying buttons, Hirunda, for the first time. They're not doing anything, but I am trying them, and I'm head banging, I guess. Also, they told us that we could, like... Wait. We've got a tail swipe? Game, were you just, like, not gonna fucking tell me? I don't think so. You don't know? He warned us of his proclivities with Jackson's King Kong, but we didn't take the poorly compositive waitlist man running on collapsing rocks seriously as a threat. Okay. Oh, we can even zoom in. Like, that's... All these buttons I'm just discovering now, they don't help, but it's nice to know that they exist. Oh, fudge. I don't know what this wants. Like, I will always have a spot in my heart. Well, they told us our... Oh my god. Okay, so first off, I was pressing... They told us R2 specifically that we could pick up items. And I sat there pressing L2 and wondering why I was just spitting out the kazoo. Super Afro Boy, thank you very much. Because I would have like just sat there being like, this is borked. It's borked. And that would have just been it. Thank you. Thank you, I honestly appreciate that. Luda says, okay, but when King Kong turned into a bug-centric horror movie for 5 minutes, 14-year-old me was eating that shit up. I mean, Ludo, you're not wrong. So we got this banjo, which is not a banjo, it's a ukulele. But to go back briefly, just to a point before I completely forget it, I will always appreciate and respect Peter Jackson for Brain Dead, even if the first 10 minutes of it are really bad, like retrospectively, really bad. But if you could fast forward past those first like 10 minutes or so and just like get where Lionel is actually okay, the whole Roma subplot thing is also really bad. Hold on, I should unpack this a little bit in my own brain. Look, you have Uncle Les, and Uncle Les is hilarious and a scum, and there's just zombies and a kung fu priest, and wow, that movie had problems. That movie had some serious problems when I think about it. Oh, it's Chili Beans! It is wonderful to see you. I hope you're doing very well tonight. I hope that life is being exceedingly gentle to you. We're kind of all over the map, as, you know, we often tend to be. How did we do the butt stomp? How did I do the butt stomp? They taught us how to... No, that's not it. They taught us how to do the... There we go. And that did nothing. And that also did nothing. You give us... Level... I'm trying to love you here. Yes, you are 100% right. It is the tailspin button. Also... an excellent Disney cartoon, shockingly enough. Excellent is maybe a strong word. Excellent is probably a very strong word for tailspin, but it was a thing. There was an X that showed you somewhere else earlier. Right, there was like something that we found, and then it caused an X to appear. Luda says, people criticize Northman for being video gaming. My answer is really that... really is just, yeah, and I like it. Like... How do you not pop off when the sword gets its own song with Skyrim shouts? Come on! There's so much going on here. Like, hold on a minute. Chat actually moved fast enough that the fish fact got swept away. Pufferfish, fish fact number 1 for the night. Pufferfish contain deadly toxins in their bodies. Sharks are the only species that are immune to this toxin. I did not notice that. I did not know that. I mean, I obviously didn't notice it. But now, because you're completely right. Also, like I just dunked that ukulele someplace, so hopefully we didn't need that. Oh, hey, we didn't try doing the butt stomp on the cork. I feel cheated. I'm gonna fetch that ukulele again. Now we got when we got up to the branch with the ukulele on it, and it like went out of its way to show us the campfire. So I feel like we're supposed to bring the ukulele to the campfire. Like maybe there's gonna be a jamboree, which is a whole Scouts thing that. Even though I went through the entirety of Scouts, from Cub Scout all the way up to Eagle, I never knew what a fucking jamboree was, and nobody ever told me. And I think that is just a little bit, you know, like, you don't gotta hide that shit. I think I asked this randomly without expectation of any kind of answer last year, probably. And I'll ask it randomly again without any expectation of any kind of answer again. But I do sometimes idly wonder how many Eagle Scouts also wound up being trans women. Like, it can't just be me, right? Also, I kind of hope that, like, Lord Baden-Powell is maybe spinning in his grave. I can't remember if he was a douchebag or not, but I'm pretty sure probably he was. I mean, his name was Lord Baden-Powell, so he was a lord. That means he's basically guaranteed to be at least half douchey. Lisa, would it be presumptuous of me to ask how the demo episode is progressing? It would not be presumptuous of you to ask. And I'm going to be 100% honest that it has not progressed very much. It is something that I do want to do, and it is something that I actually have good ideas for, but I haven't been there, Kronos, and I apologize for that. I'm gonna make that. You know what? Let me make a. I don't want to make a promise, because I don't want to break a promise, and I know that's possible. But let me say that that's going to be my summer project. That's something that I would like to get done by the end of summer. I was going to say it's a time limit, but that sounds like if I don't get it finished by the end of summer, then I'm not going to do it at all, and I don't want that to happen. But let's say end of summer is my goal, and if I've got a goal, it's going to make it easier for me to work on. I don't worry. Like I don't feel like you're pressuring me or anything, and I think that's like an excellent question, honestly. And I just wanted to be honest and upfront with you about it. But I can also tell you honestly that it has not left my mind. And I sit there noodling it over at least once a week. Oh, there's an observatory and a slide. Can I... Wait, how do I sit down again? Put the guitar in the fire, the kazoo must reign supreme. Didn't I discovered how to sit down, like... Why can I no longer sit down? Game? That was a thing that you let... Oh wait, no, it was press... That's how we did it. You just wanna... You're just gonna tease me? You're gonna tease me with this observatory that's clearly here for me to observe something. Game, the cruelty. Why do you do this to me? What did I do to you? Bo? If that is even really your name. Which I am beginning to doubt. No, you know what? I want to retire that joke. I want to put that joke into retirement because, and I feel like I've said this before, but like the more I think about it, the shittier that joke kind of feels. So, gonna put that joke in retirement. Yeah, yeah. They really need a big board of buttons and button combos. I didn't even think that there might be button combos. Yeah. It's also weird because latter-day Michael Mann is too busy being like, let's take digital video cameras and make my movies look as weird and synthetic as possible. So even if he's having weird amounts of fun... Oh, wait, so even he is having weird amounts of fun. Are we... Did I miss a thing that do we not want Michael Mann to have weird amounts of fun? I hadn't recalled Michael Mann being any kind of like... I missed a thing. I must have missed a thing. And that happens. Just let directors have fun is the jest, I think. That sounds fair. I would rather... I wonder. This is something that I kind of... I don't know if I don't think I came to this idea strictly on my own, but, you know, I do feel like it is something that I observed and then had the idea spelled out to me and be like, oh yeah, that makes sense with my observations. But like, at some point in Rob Zombie's career, he just like kind of seems like he stopped having fun, maybe? Hear me, Odin! Elf Aether of the gods? What? What? Oh, okay. I mean, I watched Elf as a kid, I guess, and it was really not good, and really weird how popular it got. Like, there were even Elf hand puppets that you get at Burger King, and I had... This feels like so 1980s, and also like, I'm confessing like a childhood sin, but I had and wanted an elf hand puppet that was dressed like Bruce Springsteen. Don't know why. It's not like I liked Bruce Springsteen as a kid. This is not me. The people who like look at movies in this dry analytical way where it's all about form. Oh, that's gross. Reminds me of when I was an Odinist. Okay. Chronos says I watched Elf once in its entirety and I could not escape its presence over my entire school existence. That's... Were you haunted? By Elf? Because that's a weird thing to be haunted by. I mean, I've been haunted by a lot of things, but Elf is not one of them. And absolutely not Elf, but that's a completely different thing. Elf is the quintessential example of once you've watched it, you can no longer unwatch it. Chronos, that is snuff. Chronos, that's a snuff movie. I don't know what you watched, but I'm gonna say, like, maybe don't watch snuff movies, 'cause they're out there and they're not good. They're not good for children and other people. Like anybody. Really, honestly, yeah. Ludo says the Munsters movie raises so many questions in my brain, but I hope they had fun, yeah? I hope so, cause God, like, I'm just thinking about 31, and 31 did not seem like anybody was having fun. 31 is just like this ugly, mean-spirited, nasty, fucking... It's like, it's Hellbilly, but it's not fun. It's just trash. And it's like it wants to be fun, I think, but it's definitely not. Like, it's super duper not. Quill says I was a weird autistic and trans teen, and something about that, the god that values knowledge and is comfortable doing things women usually do was appealing. Quill, I'm not gonna throw any shade at you. I had zero expectation that when you said that at one time you were an Odinist, that was the kind of Odinist that we would need to be worried about. I think that we know you well enough by this point to think that that was absolutely off the table. So no, there's a 0% shade on my part. I'm glad that you got something out of that. Sprouter Voice says, have you watched that Elf trailer recut as a horror thriller? I have not, but I think Elf might have been just a little bit past my time for me to be in the age bracket that would have either wanted to watch it or would have been forced to watch it. There's something I'm just not getting. And that's okay. Like, I'm not even gonna throw this on the level. It's a cute level, lots of great details. It's a well executed space, and I appreciate that. But it's just something about it is not clicking with my brain, and that's okay. That's 100% okay. I'm not sure if this matters to you, but you've been in this level for nearly a third of the stream. You are not wrong, Kronos. You are 0% wrong. And I am probably going to bounce out of this level. It was mostly just kind of, oh shit, Hidun is leaving. Hidun, please have a wonderful sleep. Please get all the rest that you need. And I look forward to seeing you in the next stream, which will be Monday. It's going to be Monday. Quill says, I do find it funny that those Odinists often get Valknot tattoos when that practice has a history of leading to violent death. I mean, we could cross our fingers. Super Alpha Voice, the campfires are finishing the level after you find all the music sheets. Oh! Like, also I think that our Crocodile just tried to beatbox, and I kind of love that. I'm big on that. That makes sense. Okay. And we could have gotten the one music sheet if we had found all the berries, because we would have traded it to the bird. And if we had figured out how the noughts and crosses worked, that would have gotten us the other music sheet. And there's probably like a third one that we're missing that I didn't notice, because usually like rules of threes. I like the level. Ludo, I honestly did. It's like, it's completely just a brain meats thing tonight. Quill says sometimes you just need to be a little guy for 51 minutes. Absolutely. You know? I don't know if I'm gonna go that far, Hive. I might come back to the level, like, just to chill out a little bit, but just to kind of give another couple of levels, at the very least another couple of levels, a little bit of, give them a little bit of love. Yes. But I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna do. It's a lovely level. And I'm gonna leave this here for a moment. We could chill with our friendly dino. And oh, I wouldn't say it like that though. Hive, I wouldn't say it like that. You know me. Gosh, that would be an awful way for me to say it. I wonder what happens if the little dude runs into a wall. You know what? Here's what I'm gonna do, because I do But if you did say it like that, you would be memeing. Oh, I didn't know that was a meme. Okay, that's okay. Um, I got a bio break that I do want to kind of sort. So I'm gonna leave our little crocodile on the screen for a moment. We can chill the crocodile. Gonna give the whip hand to Hive and Rabbits. Gonna take care of my stuff. I'm gonna do a little bit of a stretch. When I come back, I will run this little dude into some things that might be affected by the somersault, and then I will do that. Kronos, I will do that. I don't know why I didn't include you in with the mods, Kronos. That is, thank you. Hive, thank you. I gotta go. I'll be back. Alright, I am back, and... Okay, now Kronos, I like the whip, and I love this character. I love her hat. Like, honestly, I feel like I want to commission somebody for the hat. I don't understand why you've got scribblies all over it. But... Okay, so... We can't somersault... Oh, pancakes! It is wonderful to see you. I hope you're doing very well tonight. We're currently getting stymied by a level, but it's a cute and lovely level, and we're gonna spend probably about 10 more minutes with it. Much better than yesterday. I'm very happy to say. I love this thing. This thing is just a sweetums. doesn't seem to do anything, but like I love the fact that they could make it. Um, I'm not gonna get the scribble's a watermark. Oh, okay, okay. I thought it was like maybe that you didn't like it or something, and then you were scribbling it out. Yesterday was just kind of like a it was a bad mental health day. I think would be the easiest way to put it. Um, I came out of it a lot more grounded. Lambda! Lambda, it's wonderful to see you. I came out of it a lot more grounded than I went into it, which is good. I came out of it with a lot of things I'm going to need to think about and have a kind of a hard think about, which is less fun, but maybe also is good. But, you know, getting to that point was not fun. So, it happens, pancakes. It happens sometimes. The thing I think that was like the kind of the last straw for it was that there was no hook to it. And that's what really kind of pushed it over, was this kind of frustrating loop of I felt really bad for the past like week, but there's nothing any worse going on either in my life or outside of it than has been going on for like the past 3 years. So what is special about this week? There is no hook for me to hang my mood on, and that frustration, I think, was just like the last straw. But you know, sometimes it happens, and if I can pull something good out of it, then that's just gonna have to be good enough. And I did, I think. I got a resume written, well, like a job application slash resume, like the way they do it in Japan here, written this morning, which was good. It needed to be done. I need to be doing more of it, but I don't have the money to buy more resumes at the moment. I went out and requisitioned some shampoo, which was desperately needed, and also some blue hair dye, which was not desperately needed, but does give me a sense of control over myself, and my presentation, which is actually probably something that I need more of in my life. And that was good. I successfully did that thing. I unfortunately did need to buy used copies of Super Cub 3 and 4 because I wanted some ballast for my bag to help requisitioning things. But I wanted to get those, and they were used, so they were only like $3 each, so that's not so bad. Got to drop for a work meeting. We'll try to come back after. Super Afro Boy, have a wonderful work meeting, which sounds really, really weird to say. You're welcome back anytime that you can get here, and thank you for being here with us tonight. We definitely appreciate it. What did I miss? Pancakes has had a bad day recently. I won't get into it, but I can understand it. Thank you. Like, that means a lot. And it means a lot that I'm in a space here and in a Discord that I'm in where it's a space that people do understand it, and that's very meaningful to me. Do I have a donation link? I do not, because unfortunately getting money to Japan is a whole kind of pain in the ass if you haven't had like your PayPal set up in the United States previously. So really, the only way to get money to me is Western Union, and I try to use that as absolutely little as possible because A, it means I have to give out my dead name, and B, Western Union is awful. Like, they soak as much as they can. Now, the yen right now is fabulously low, so that's helping out, but, God, Western Union is a terrible company. They're just an awful, awful company, and if you can avoid using them, please, by all means, do. Yeah, it's the curse of me being in Japan. Most of the folks that I know that have, like, PayPal, who live in Japan, who have PayPal set up, like, set them up outside of Japan. had them like existent before they came here. Because the Japanese government's got like really weird rules about money laundering because they're afraid people will A, buy drugs, or B, help North Korea. I wish that was a joke, but it is not. And so they make it as difficult as possible. My family I used to visit Western Union countless times during my childhood. Makes me wonder what the hell our financial situation was back then. Well, it could be in the opposite way. They could have been helping people out, Kronos. Also, Lambda, before I, like... before I miss, because my brain meets, like, they flow like water. Thank you so much even for the asking. Like, I do appreciate it and deeply. Now, if you are bound and determined, I would ask, as I always ask when people bring up donations, if you're bound and determined to do some help, something that would make me happy is going on Crowdfunder and finding anyone who suits your fancy and sending them $5 or $10 or whatever you think would be able to go out of your wallet. And knowing that people might be doing that, not in my name, but, you know, because I'm asking, that would be meaningful to me. That would mean more to me than me getting money myself. Can you use a VPN to set up a PayPal account in the US? Okay, there's two answers to that question. The most precise and honest answer is I honestly don't know. Like, I really don't know. The second answer to that question, which is also an honest answer, is I'm leery of trying to backdoor around government stuff. I mean, I'm leery about trying to backdoor around government stuff that might bite me in the ass. Mostly because a permanent resident visa in Japan is not really permanent. And I already have had a run-in with the cops. Pancake says, I'm curious if you don't mind me asking, why'd you move to Japan actually? You don't have to answer if it's personal, it's just curiosity. This is a funny story. I'll try to do it brief, because I have told this story a couple of times. But it's a good story. So, I was in Milwaukee, it was 2003. I was with my ex before my ex, the bad ex, and I had graduated university in '99. I'd done a couple of jobs, and I had been working in a funeral home for 2 years. She was getting ready to graduate university in 2002, because she started a little bit after I did, and we had no idea what the fuck we were doing with our lives. Like, we were both the smart kids, and kind of the curse of being a smart kid is that nobody really teaches you what the fuck you're supposed to do. They just kind of figure you know, like, what the fuck you're doing, and so they just let you do things. This is not always great. So we had no idea, and it was getting closer and closer to graduation, and all we knew is that we wanted to be out of Milwaukee, because Milwaukee was... It has its charms, because I know that Jilly is still around, and I know that Jilly appreciates Milwaukee, but it was not a great city for us. But that was it. We had no plans, we had no ideas, we had no career goals, we had nothing. So we were arguing, we back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, and these circular arguments that just never went anywhere. So one day, I was like, fine, I'll fucking look for a job. I'll look for a job in the paper, because that's what... You know, we had the internet, but, like, not like the internet today. You still found jobs in papers. That's how I got my job at the funeral home. And I grabbed the Onion, and I threw the Onion on the table. The Onion, the newspaper, the satire newspaper, not like an actual onion. And, like, poof, flutters open on the table, and there's an advertisement in there for teaching in Japan. And we just kind of looked at each other, and was like, Japan? Sure. Why not? And that was literally it. Was like, just like, yeah, sure, fuck it. Like, and the plan was just to be here for like 1 or 2 years. Julie says it's getting better. I believe you, Jill, and I'm sorry that I rag on Milwaukee as much as I do. It's not completely fair. My mental situation wasn't like super great at the time, and I think that does color a lot of my perceptions of how Milwaukee was and how Milwaukee may actually be right now. But like S wanted to get out of it, and she was a Milwaukee kid. She was fucking done with Milwaukee. But yeah, like we were only supposed to be here for like a couple of years, and then we broke up like almost immediately for reasons that I'm not going to get into because it's even longer story and it's kind of personal. But and I was like, well, that year was a waste. Let's go down to Osaka and see how that works out. We'll do like a year in Osaka. We'll do a year in Osaka. That'll keep me on the 2-year goal. And then I'll just go back to the States and figure out what the hell I'm doing in my life. And then a year in Osaka became 3 years, and 3 years became 5 years, and 5 years became 10 years, and then 10 years became almost 20 years, and, you know, you know. Lambda says if I could have, I would have stayed in uni as a student forever. Oh, I was not. That was not me. I had this, like... I definitely had the checklist life in mind as a younger me. And that idea was like, there's like stages that you do in life. And you're supposed to do these things because you do them. Not because they're meaningful in and of themselves. So like you go to high school, you finish high school. You go to uni, you finish uni. You get, you're dating somebody, you get married, and you get a job, and like that was my idea. So like being in uni wasn't the thing for me precisely. It was just like that I was checking the box to that I had been in uni. Like that was the purpose of being in uni. Ultimately. And so I was the opposite. I wanted to be out of uni as soon as humanly possible, and I busted my ass and somehow got out in 3.5 years, even though I failed like almost the entirety of my first semester. And I did that beyond just the point of checking a box. I did that specifically so I could graduate in class of 99 because of the movie Class of 99, because it was such a shitty movie. And I was like, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna fucking do that, because wouldn't that be funny? Wouldn't that be a hoot? Let's just completely bust our ass just so that we get out the same year as a shitty movie's named. And that seemed like a good idea at the time. My ability to think a couple of steps ahead that's not been a strong suit. Also, I feel like I've missed like a ton of shit. So let me scroll back up just for a minute. How many Wisconsin Vikings did you meet in Milwaukee, Disu? Whoa, Alice. Whoa, look. You don't know. You don't know. Okay, look. The Vikings are Minnesota. They're Minnesota. Wisconsin, that's the Packers. I can think of at least 3 people I knew when I was living in Milwaukee that you could have literally started a fight with that sentence. Like there were people at the bar who would have like literally thrown hands over that. It's my pancakes. My life is weird, and it's like there's parts of my life, even parts that are in the before that I wouldn't disown. They make for great stories, but there's a lot in there. I do want to just really quick see what I missed. Hive says I'm concerned about losing access to funds due to PayPal nonsense. That's, I mean, yeah, that's a possibility. Hive says gifted kid to horribly burnt out pipeline. I mean, yeah, like that's a thing. That's the other side of the ableism coin, isn't it? Like, well, we talk about like kind of dealing with language related to like learning disabilities and intelligence and working to kind of get that out of our system so that we can address the systemic issues presented by that language. And we often focus on the way that like education fails people, or people who are seen to lack intelligence are fucked up and judged as lesser people, and all the knock-on effects of that. And those things are absolutely true, and those, and thinking in the triage sense, like those things need to be addressed first. But the flip side of that is that a lot of folks who are judged to be like intelligent, the smart kids, like they get fucked over pretty bad too. Like they're we don't we eat our own version of shit. Alice says, I did the thing where Portuguese people start punching people if you say Portugal is Spain, but for American states. Like, yeah, like, that's... Well, because, like, football is a thing in Wisconsin. And in Milwaukee being a part of Wisconsin. Like, I remember... Because the Pack were winners when I was living there, but even, like, when they were not winners, like, Wisconsin loved the Pack. And, like... You'd get like lead stories on football while like we're bombing people in Bosnia, like levels of dedication, you know, on the news, like levels of dedication to the Pack. So if you could have picked like any two teams to mix up, I would not have chosen those two teams. Peggy says, off topic, but One Piece manga returns soon, which will seemingly throw into the final saga immediately. Interesting. I look very armless. Oh, Cald, I'm so sorry. I missed you come in. Like, I was telling stories and, like, everything's been weird. It's like everything's been super weird recently. But I hope you're doing very, very well tonight, Cald. It is always a pleasure to have you. We're playing Bose Island. We've actually been in Bose Island for like an hour, so I'm probably going to bounce out soon, as like we wrap up a couple of conversational threads. I'm loving I like the level a lot, but like it's not clicked with my brain meats particularly well. Luda says, my plan is to see how far disability pension can take me before the system deems me unfit to support, so it's working so far. I'm glad that's working for you, Ludo, and I mean that in all absolute honesty. Hive says, we talk about language, we also talk about the soft bigotry of low expectations, but then there's that stereotype that the one Nazi collaborator also said that people latched on to, and we're all paying for it decades later. Is that the Asperger's thing? Because there's like a lot of like Nazi collaborator bullshit that people latch on to that we seem to be still paying for. Alice says, find a Queenslander and ask them how many Queensland Blues players they've met. Don't do that. It will result in similar levels of violent response. Yeah. Like, the little professors thing. I feel like I know that, and it's like, it's just not ringing a bell right at the mo. But yeah, like, I could definitely... Fucking Asperger. I did a course on gifted ed and have yet to stop being angry at it. It's so bad. Like, it's just not... It's... Ugh. I don't know. Like... If I hadn't gone through the gifted programs, I wouldn't have been in the AP programs that let me get out of university early. And therefore, I would not have been able to fulfill my dream of graduating in the class of 1999. So I guess I have to give them that much. But people have actually said I was a little professor. Oh, gross. Oh, gross. Alice says I'm getting very near... I'm very near getting into what Portugal calls the municipal uses system, which is one of Portugal's disability systems, which is a whole thing. Is this a whole thing in the good way, or is this a whole thing in the bad way? Dying is disabled. Gain control of game conditions. No scores are uploaded. Time trial. Drive for as long as you can. At speed increases slowly. Score as many points as possible through 5 progressively more challenging stages. Let's try that one. This looks like the cover of like an Atari 2600 game. And I'm here for it. Or like a very early edition of Neuromancer. Oh, fudge. Okay, that was me. Cool says I spent my whole time arguing that Gifted Ed is racist, ableist class is trash when the lecturer was leading researcher in Gifted Ed at my uni. I'm glad at least you did it, Quill. Like, yeah, I was not well served by Gifted Ed. Alice says it's probably the best disability program, but fudge. But the United Nations rightly said it was an attack on people with disability and that it should be abolished. Should I take this to mean that, like, Best here is doing some very heavy lifting, Alice? Like, it's best in that the sense that all the other programs just take you out back and shoot you? Best? Hive says I was not well served by being moved from school to school for every 2 years. No, I would not think that you were, Hive. I love the music, though. Like, seriously? Also, I'm not sure if, like, I don't know how well this shows up because I'm only outputting at 540p. But like everything is really glycerin clear and crisp here, and I'm not sure if it's better served by that or if it would be better to have like an 80s film grain, like a VHS film grain over the visuals. Because on one hand, it's like, it's the platonic ideal of visualized synth, but on the other hand, it's like, it's out of place in how crisp it is. I got the sense that it was super clear given how clear it still looks at 540. It's really clear. And it's cool, like it's a really cool effect. But, like, it's out of place because of how cool it is. It's weird. It makes sense since synthwave is also a revisionism of the fidelity of 80s synth music. Okay. And Hive says, yes, that kind of best. I hate that. I fucking hate every word of that. I mean, I'm glad, Alice, that you're getting any help at all. That sounds shitty. Like, I mean, it's still true. I'm glad that you're getting some kind of support, but like, that's just fucked. Woo? Is there a pattern to this? Oh, I fucked up. Oh, I totally fucked up. We're doing an endo. I like this. This is cute. I'm not good at it, but, you know, I still appreciate what it's doing. I did miss something from Quill earlier. Oh my god, this music, though? So, how do I put this? Because this is gonna sound like maybe it's not. Maybe this is just one of those things that I assume is gonna sound like a weird thing, but isn't. Like, I unironically like this music, and yet I largely hate the 80s music that it's taking inspiration from. Does that does that make sense? That's a sensible thing to say, right? You can barely hear the music. Really? Well, that kind of sucks. Hyde says, I mean, you're missing the watching an old VHS on a cheap CRT that would make it verisimilitudinous, but as Ludo said, synthwave is a repackaging and synthetic digitization of 80s synth music. Okay. Well, now, we got taught how to change music settings, so maybe I can bump that up a little bit. That's in my preference, which is here. So let's bump up the music just a little bit, and let's hope that someday the community just decides what is an appropriate music volume. Let me know how it is now. Hive says I unironically like the glam dad rock stuff on the Guilty Gear soundtrack, but I generally hate glam rock. I I largely enjoyed the Guilty Gear Strive soundtrack, but I think I enjoyed it most when it was aping Faith No More. Like, there's a lot of it that just kind of was unfairly to the music, not unfairly to me. It was unfairly kind of just there. It was inoffensive to me in the way that, like, I enjoyed it well enough when I was listening to it, but I can't grasp any of it in my mind thinking about it right now, which is a shitty thing to say about the music, and that's, I'm just gonna chalk it up 100% to a personal preferences thing, but nonetheless. Oh good, you can hear it now. Sometimes the modern reframing is better than the thing it's based on. Fear Street 1990 something is far better than most of the 90s movies that it is taking beats from. I think it helps that it's kind of like the 90s movies it's taking beats from, but also hybridized with Gone Home. Oh, hold on, I don't want to miss the Neko Navy thing of the night. Hive, oh fuck me, gosh darn it! Like I just missed it. Hive says every part of the soundtrack I didn't like was everything that made that kids. Every part of the soundtrack I didn't like was everything that the kids like these days, and it made me turn dust where I stood. That's fair. Chrono says it's because it wasn't composed by the wizards behind the Neko Navy soundtrack. That's true. Absolutely fuckwit is 100% a permitted term, and thank you for catching that, Chronos, because I missed it completely. Lambda says, like the modern Call of Cthulhu movement, to take the mythos away from the legacy of its racist fuckwit creator. And I wish them all luck with that. Because I do think that there's interesting things that can be done with the mythos and reframing of the mythos, but definitely trying to... I don't know enough boots on the ground what they're doing with it right now, Lambda, because I'm not like really involved in tabletop anymore. And by really involved, I mean I'm not involved except in the most utterly tangential of senses, but Like, provided that they're not just sweeping it under the rug, which I would imagine in this day and age they're probably not trying to get away with doing. That is something I would like to see them. I'd like to see them do, and it's one reason that I try to use just like the mythos when talking about it instead of using like the love. Well, I mean, I guess that's kind of erasing Lovecraft from it, but I don't want to front and center Lovecraft either. I feel a lot of ways about Lovecraft. Luda says for sure, people have evolved Lovecraft's ideas in ways that are more engaging. Yes, yes. Alan says, so here's how it works. You get a card called the multiple uses card. You only get if you have 70 plus physical or mental disability. But you can do a trick to get it if you're not 70%, because they measure the same way they measure physical disability. Okay. So after you get the card, you get a lot of positive benefits. You get free transport, more money, and the card can be used as I have a thing to give stuff thing. But also, so if you applied for it and you're rejected for it, you bizarrely can apply again if you now have 70%. So it's a fixed thing that can't change. But they also do yearly and monthly looks to see if you got in the mental disability thing to see if it went down on the table. And also what the fuck? Alice, that's just like a means testing nightmare? And this is not on any of your explanation? Like I'm getting your explanation, and it just looks like a massive plate of means testing spaghetti? Hyde says most of the tracks from the Strive OST makes an use of downtuned modern metal riffs. I don't get that at all. Chronos says my favorite thing to said about Lovecraft. Lovecraft is horribly racist. Bloodborne has horrible frame drops. I do need to play Bloodborne. That's what I'm going to take away from that. Chris by via POC does a great job with Harlem Unbound and definitely not sweeping under the rug. I've heard really good things about Harlem Unbound. Hyde says I'm making note of that. I'm just getting caught up. I'm going to go back to this. I'm going to do a couple more runs. We're going to try a different level. Luda says I like the harder, more proggy, poppy tracks more actually. Okay. Hyde says I'm like the singular person on the planet that feels Leo's theme is A tier at least. And forgot to post the last thing. If you literally can't walk and are in a wheelchair, that doesn't auto make you... I'm doing that thing where I need to... I'm looking around, looking for something specifically that I don't want to hit. Alice, because that's fucked. At times like this I look at Sydney, because Sydney is remarkably fragile, and I would never hit Sydney, because Sydney is a sweetums. I'm having an Agent Black moment. I am. Like, without the migraines, thankfully. Poor Agent Black. Agent Black and her fucking migraines. Hive says I love Gio's theme, but that's a very 80s funk metal kind of vibe. The Faith No More one, Hive, is the... That's working off of From Out of Nowhere, isn't it? Because I haven't listened to the soundtrack in a while. I've actually been listening to like just one of those looping channels of 80s anime OST soundtracks, but like all the anime where like people turn into gribblers and get ripped in half, and then some lady turns into a motorcycle, but also I think she shoots lasers out of her forehead, but also she's a lady who's a motorcycle. Not Utena, because Utena's like definitely a car. It's From Out of Nowhere, good. Cause like... I was thinking it was either that or a different... Oh, fudge. I'm doing terrible at this. I like this level, though. I'm gonna give this... I would definitely give this a squirrely seal of approval. Ludo, I haven't even started Utena, so don't be down on Kronos for this. I know, Alice, okay? I know. But it's so long. It's like 1 billion episodes long. That's a lot. That's really long. This is the second time I've managed to talk about Utena in one day. Or at least somebody, like, in my orbit was talking about Utena. 36 is a lot. And you know what part of the problem is? Part of the curse here is that it's all on YouTube. And perversely, that almost guarantees that I won't watch it. Because it's like visiting Kyoto when you live in Osaka. It's like, you could just do that any fucking time. It's like right up the fucking road. It's like, just catch a train. It's an hour up the road, no problem. There's Kyoto, boom. And so you've somehow managed to never actually go to Kyoto? Which is not precisely true, because I've been to Kyoto a number of times, but like, the principle applies. There was this place in Kyoto, like, the company that I worked for that resurrected the company that I worked for and turned it into a zombie company. They were a weird holding company, and they had their fingers in all these different pies, and one of them was the restaurant business. So in lieu of giving us bonuses, they would give us, like... God, it was like 20,000 yen worth of food tickets for one of their restaurants. Which would seem like pretty shitty, and honestly it was pretty shitty because the money would have been better, but the restaurant was actually really good and quite pricey, but we also got half-price employee discounts, so Honey Bunny and I used to abuse the shit out of that. And the one branch they had was in Kyoto. It's the only time in my life that I've been able to have lobster. And, like, lobster's a thing, yo. I couldn't make it like an everyday thing. I wish I worked for Umbrella. Umbrella would be like 9,000 times less shitty than the company I worked for. I mean, Umbrella at least seemed to fairly compensate its employees as long as they didn't get turned into zombies. I mean, fucking Irving was flush with cash. Fucking Miami Vice motherfucker Irving. I love the human-sized Meowth. I can't believe I just said Meowth. Wait, that's how the name is pronounced. What the fuck? Nisco. It just sounded so weird coming out of my mouth. Lobster's amazing. I can count the amount of times I've had lobster in my entire life on one hand. I mean, excuse me. I'm in the same spot. Like, there were only so many occasions that we actually got to go up to that restaurant, but it was definitely something that we abused every time we could. Like, we would get the most expensive wine on the menu, even though neither of us had any idea what the fuck wine even was. It was just plonk for us to drink, but we're like, hey, we could pretend like we're rich people because this isn't real money. I mean, we can't use this money anywhere else, so why not? That was, I mean, like, yeah, that company was shitty as fuck, but, yeah. Wait, what? Did I didn't say a thing, did I? Is Nyabi a pun? Did I say Nyabi? I don't think so. Like a Nyabi cat? I'm so confused. Where did this come from? Ludo says, I'm glad I only care about understanding criticism stuff I like to understand, both my own... Wait, hold on a second. I'm glad I only care about understanding criticism stuff I like to understand, both my own and other people's preferences better. It's so weird when people turn it into some kind of fandom versus fandom thing. Mood! Ludo? Yes! I have no idea what a nyabi is. I don't know if that's the Japanese name. I mean, it's not impossible if it is the original Japanese name that somebody on J-side Nintendo knows Tabby and kind of mashed them together, but it's the Japanese name for Litten. I would guess that was going... Maybe that's what they were going for? It's not any kind of word in Japanese that I can think of. Like the plosive stop B? I'm so confused. I am so sorry. I'm super duper sorry, Hive, but like I don't have the answer for you right now. Litten is lipless kitten because it's a fire type starter and a cat. Okay. I don't know. And then Nyabi is like lol Tabby, but also like let's stick meow in front of Tabby. Okay, this is really loud for me. Oh, wait, I mean, like, but B, like, just B? Like, Hanabi? Is fire? I'm not... Wait, what just happened? Like, did the level end? What the fuck just happened? I looked away for like 12 seconds because I was writing... I'm sitting here writing fire on my little bookshelf that's also a desk. Was that trademark infringement? I don't know. I didn't see it. I heard something like yelping in my ear and then it just stopped when I wasn't looking. I thought it was going to be a level, but it was not in fact a level. Luda says, yeah, just because, like, Utna fans' dunk on Madoka is, like, entirely out of context of either or both shows. It's more part of the fan communities that formed around it. Okay. He is, like, fire. I mean, if I had to, like, absolutely roll the dice and guess, I would think that they were shooting for something like that. But there's so much humor I miss in Japanese, unless it's like blatantly hitting me over the head, like this is a joke, you have to notice this. So kind of having it out of context like that, just I had no idea. 8,000 pixels for the art, 2 hours of work. Okay. Is this, can we play this? Is how the name is Nyabi. Nyabi. That's weird. Okay. I appreciate the Happy Chaos streams. Lord knows I do, and Lord knows I need them. But sometimes it's just like, I've got no idea what the fuck is going on. And that's okay. That's okay. Also, just to kind of catch, there was a little bit of a lakuna to the side of this conversation. Ludo and Kronos talking about Utna and Madoka fandoms, and like, I don't get, like, but like, aren't those completely different generations of work? Like, Una's, what, early 90s? And Madoka's early aughts? How much overlap would those fandoms even have? Is Happy Chaos cute? No, we're talking about in the canon of transgressive Mahou Shoujo media. Okay. But the common thread I often see is that Utena did the dark magical girl trope first and did it better. Okay, so it's that kind of bullshit. It's like these fans want to be the hipsters. They want to be like, yo, we did it before it was cool. Which, as Alice says, is bullshit, because dark magical shows were a thing since like the late 70s. So that's not a thing. I mean, what Alice said is a thing. Utena being the first is not a thing. And Chrono says, to be honest, this is what turned me away from watching Utena years ago. Like, that's a super fair reaction, Kronos. Communities built up around works, around media works. If that's your first impression of the work, if that's like your introduction to the existence of the work, or if that comes prior to you're actually engaging with the work, it can make it an awful lot harder to just want to even sit down with it. And then to be able to separate, like to look at the work by itself. One kind of nice thing about me being in this weird pocket of isolation that I'm in, being here, is that I do tend to miss a lot of the nimbus of media products. Like, I'm not in the orbit of the discussion. So like when you'd recommended me watching Madoka and I finally got around to watching Madoka, like I honestly knew nothing about Madoka. Like I knew it was a thing that existed and that was it. So I didn't have to kind of wade through a billion different fan theories that other people had already thrown up and chewed over and fought out about, and like the fandom and all of that. I didn't have any of that, so I could just like watch it and also be completely spoiler free when it got to mommy, which, you know, I roll back and forth on spoilers, especially when spoilers cross over into content warning territory, where I do think it's better to have the content warning than necessarily the experience of seeing something non-spoilered. But there are things that I think do. If something solely relies on being non-spoilered to be effective, I think it's a failed work. But some things do definitely benefit from not having any expectations of what's coming next, and I think the mommy moment was like, even though you could see it coming, I mean, she may as well have said, this is my last day on the force and I'm too old for this shit and I can't wait to retire and start fishing. Like, but all of that was about maybe 30 seconds before she gets nommed on, so Nimbus is a good word. Nimbus is a good word. I do like the word Nimbus. Lambda, I don't honestly get to use it enough. I was really kind of struggling for the image that I wanted, but I'm glad that I got to pull that out of the brain meats. Wait. Atana. Yeah? I mean, if it's... No, I haven't actually seen it. I'm probably have been pronouncing it wrong here. Give me a second. It's not Utana. Is it actually, like, written like that in katakana? Yeah. Atena. Atena. I have no idea, like, how I was pronouncing it just a little bit ago, so... Oh, Quill. We love that for you, Quill. What kind of transport do clouds like? The Nimbus. It's a good... I like that, Quill, I do. I wanna get... I wanna... quick see what I've missed. Both do a similar thing, and I guess that's why people have some kind of thing with comparing them adversarially, which is kind of a waste of time. It's a super waste of time. It's like there's no utility to that. It's just hipster cock measuring. I've got no time for it. Madoka fans for a long time were very annoying about how it was the only dark magical girl show, which again is also bullshit. Fandom has greatly improved my life by driving me away from things, so I'm not able to join in conversations about things. You know. I mean, there's that. Everyone who watched any other magical girl show, dark or not, got very annoyed with them. Utana. Wait, no. Ooh? Wait, you're right. Kronos is right. Kronos is totally right, and I'm just sitting here like... I don't even have egg on my face. Ooh. A-E-U-A-O. Of course. No, yes, thank you. Kronos, thank you. Why did I think suddenly it was Utana? Fuck me. Japanese have anything like accent marks to indicate where the emphasis is? No. I mean, not to indicate emphasis. There are, I think, are they called they're not diacritical marks. There's like marks that tell you if pronunciation changes. Like if te should be de. But there's not accenting marks. Not in the way I think that you mean. Which is actually kind of a problem because Japanese doesn't really have a flat pronunciation. Like... Or no, wait, how should I say this? It doesn't have a flat intonation. It's not a tonal language where the intonation necessarily changes the words, although some words are said differently depending on which meaning you have, and I always fuck them up. Like, ame as in rain and ame as in candy, but they're supposed to be pronounced a little bit differently because of the emphasis on which syllable, and I always forget. Hashi and Hashi is like that too. They're called ten in Japanese, but there's a word for that. Kronos in English, and I don't remember what it was. And I don't know if I said goodbye to Jilly, but please be well, Jill. I think I completely missed you leaving, but take care of yourself. Stay safe, please. Madoka's dark PtaER fans? Wait, Madoka's dark! PtaER fans, but we have the better action. Like, and they don't have to fight. They don't have to fight at all. My first anime was Season 1 of Pokemon, which aired on Cheese TV in Australia when I was 6. What was my first anime? Maybe, like, Voltron? Like, old school Voltron? But I don't know. I always pronounce it Utana. Kind of like antenna, but with an U. And you'd be right. Like, I completely miffed. You know what? I have the feeling that if I go back and I watch the VOD, which I will not do because I never do, I have the feeling that before you asked, I was probably pronouncing it either right or close to right. Then you asked, and I freaked out. and then just completely blew the pronunciation, and then Kronos came to save us, which I appreciated. At least we can all agree that Do-Re-Mi is kind of dope. I don't know. Why is it my first anime where things made in either the 60s or the 80s? Licensing. I don't... Ute? Wait, you've been pronouncing it like a ute? Like you would say a sports utility vehicle? Diacritics! Oh my god! I'm pissed at myself! I'm so pissed! Because I'm sitting there thinking like... I'm sitting there like, they're diacritical marks, aren't they? They're diacritical marks. No, that's not right. That's not right, because I couldn't possibly remember something like that. Oh, I am salty! I appreciate you looking it up. Lambda, I super do, and I am not salty at you. I am salty at me. Because I should have just rolled the dice. I should have been like, you know what? You know what? Just roll the fucking dice, Risco. For Christ's sakes. I didn't. Kronos is the first time I watched an anime in Japanese as a Naruto filler episode. I had no fucking clue why the subs didn't match up with what was coming out of the characters' mouths. Flip flaps. Flip flaps. I was here thinking, have I been pronouncing you wrong this whole time? Oh my god, Hive. Like... Mood! This is the worst type of lessons from Nova coming back to haunt me. Because pronunciation and intonation lessons were the absolute worst. Because they're like the best way to gaslight yourself into thinking that you were fucking up. Because you'd have to say the same thing and like get the stress right, the same place in the word like a dozen times. Like you were supposed to model it over and over and over again. And that was like 20 minutes out of a 40-minute lesson was just like modeling a couple of words. And you'd get to the end and A, the word would mean nothing anymore. Like the word would cease to have any meaning at all. And B, you'd get to the end and it'd be like, is that right? Is that? No, that can't be. No, that's not how that word sounds. How does that word fucking sound? Is that how that word sounds? And you're the teacher. So then the student looks at you as you have this like crisis of confidence and complete and total sense of utter unreality. And you just gotta be like, yeah, I know what I'm doing. I totally know what I hated pronunciation lessons. I hated them so much. It paid off in spades, Kronos. I don't even know what that means. It's got to be a gambling thing. It paid off in spades, Kronos, and thank you. Making Utna a two-syllable word is stereotypical Australian accent is making me smile. Oh my god! I love it. I was thinking this. I should put this up in chat. I think this is accent. It's not Australian accent, and but there's this girl, and I wanna say her accent's Welsh, but I might be getting that wrong. But there's this lass, and she's explaining how the dude from Wind in the Willows got the idea from a drunk guy at a bar, and so she's explaining it like a drunk guy at the bar, and it's like she sounds exactly like somebody I used to work with who would do exactly that kind of thing when she was super drunk, which would be like the only time anybody could understand what the fuck she was saying. Ancient Greek has a weird accent system where the accents don't just include emphasis, but also tone, and makes it a nightmare to speak. But if you do manage it, it sounds really beautiful and almost like singing all the time. That's fucking cool, Lambda. I had no idea. This is a completely new fact for me today, and I love that. Now you can check if I remember this fact next week, and I don't know that I will, but I like that I learned it right now. And sometimes it takes a couple of times to learn a fact. But that is slick as hell. Hi says the idiom wasn't used prior to the 1920s, so it's said to be derived from the card game bridge, which was popular during that time. Thank you, Hive. Thank you for checking that. I figured it had to do with cards, but I was thinking, like, I know it's a US idiom, and I know that we use spades and other idioms that we don't use here, so I, kind of worried about that. Mandarin Chinese struck me as kind of like that, too. Interesting. Hi says there's a hypothesis, there was a hypothesis that the Australian accent developed because Aussies kept getting super pissed all the time because Australia has their god-awful drinking culture. There are more unlikely ways that accents could develop. But then riddle me this, Hive. Milwaukee doesn't have an accent. And I think that Milwaukee can go toe-to-toe with Australia for drinking culture. Quill says, I like the theory the Australian accent came from talking out of the side of your mouth to keep the flies out. I would not have expected that, but that's kind of cool. As long as they're not talking out of both sides of their mouth, because you don't want that. And if their tongue is hung in the middle and flapping on both ends, and they're talking on both sides of their mouth, I mean, that's completely fucked. Riddle me this, Risu. What does unaccented English sound like? If your answer is anything vaguely American sounding, you're probably wrong. Scouse. Scouse. Scouse is unaccented English. I'm gonna go with that. I would say that the closest to unaccented American English is probably Midwest. And what I mean by that, I want to be specific. What I mean by that is that the Midwestern accent, and there is of course an accent, but the Midwestern accent was something that a lot of radio news programs and later television news programs adopted because it was supposed to be the easiest to hear and understand. So, I mean, whether or not you would say that that's true is up in the air. But, like, I've met people from other places in the States that I can't understand, so I don't know. Like, is it? Maybe? American English accents are what British used to sound like. We consider British accents are what British nobility used to sound like. That's really interesting and super neat, and also makes a lot of sense. Like, if you think about linguistic drift after separation, it would make sense that I mean, I don't know if it makes sense necessarily that British accents drifted towards British nobility, because I don't have any idea about, like, that whole system, but it would make sense that the American accent would at least retain roots to then, and then drifted from that point. Huh. The Mid-Atlantic accent? But the Mid-Atlantic accent is a little bit different than the Midwest accent, wouldn't you say? I don't mean, like, upper Midwest. Like, I'm not talking about, like, fucking Minnesota, because nobody understands those people. That's like Fargo. Language is cool. I also don't understand any of the systems that make it work, even after researching it. I'm basically playing language by ear. I thought the Mid-Atlantic... Wait. Are you sure? I thought it was the Midwest. I'm perfectly willing to take the L here. I've got no emotional stock in being wrong. Or no, check out. I've got no emotional stock in being right. So if it turns out to be the Midwest, then not the Midwest. If it turns out not to be the Midwest but the Mid-Atlantic, super duper cool. Mid-Atlantic accent is interesting. It was artificially higher pitched and was intentionally adopted because recording equipment at that time was good at picking up higher pitches but not lower pitches. Called! What? Wait, what? I mean, yes. Yes. And sometimes when I'm really feeling it, I'll say ciao. And the Osaka will just come right out. Oh, good. Cold. I was worried there for a second. Okay, yeah, that's what I was remembering that. What Lambda said. Okie dokie. You know what? Then I am 100% perfectly willing to take the L. Let this episode be filled with learning moments. I don't know what accent is used in modern equipment. It is a bonding moment. That's okay, called. You know, it always starts with something. I am gonna continue, but yeah. ごめんじゃねえよ。ごめんじゃねえよ。謝る必要ねえよ。ほんまにな。ほんまに. But I'm gonna take a short bio break. I'm gonna leave it on our pixelated crow kid here, because I'm actually liking this. This is pretty slick. This has got a good background sound to it too. But I'm gonna take a short break. I leave the chat to my mods. I'm gonna get a stretch. I'm gonna get myself a little bit of water. I'm not gonna get myself some coffee, because I'm a smart girl. But give me like 5 minutes. なんそれ? 何? 1.5 minute ad for a 1 second video sounds like the sequel to House of Leaves, and I hate it. I hate everything about that. Lemon says I've heard that Colorado accent is exceptionally close to neutral. I think I caught that before I left, but I cannot think of any kind of Colorado accent besides Hunter S. Thompson. And I don't think that's the Colorado accent. Same here, Ludo. Although I've been finding recently that the ads are creeping through on streams. I don't know on your end, like watching my streams, because I haven't taken affiliate or anything, but like every now and then I have ads come up on Onti's stream when I watch, and that's like, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. And the way they do ads, Twitch's ads are for shite. Like, they shove the screen up in the fucking corner, and that's just garbage. It's just Tuesday. I mean, sometimes, because I do leave YouTube on a lot in the background. The Twitch ads are just terrible. I loathe them. I just love now that YouTube has fixed their cut. Wait, hold on a second. YouTube has fixed their cut. The final... I love that now that YouTube has fixed their cut, comma. The final bit off of 2 seconds long videos, like the Konata saying good job video actually completes instead of being good job. Oh, they're bugged that cut. Okay, good. Because I was like, that's a parsing failure on my part. It's got to be a parsing failure on my part. It's because I watch Pontypool. There's a mimetic virus that just ate that language right out of my dome piece. Because Hive can't be meaning that. That doesn't make any sense. That's a shitty bug. That's an awful bug. By the way, if anybody hasn't seen Pontypool, it is up on YouTube in full. Ad-free? That's weird. It's been a bug for years. That's interesting. I must have run into it and just never noticed it. I'm just having a cigarette right now, by the way. I do tend to jump out of a lot of videos, like when folks go to their outro, though, so that might have been part of the reason why I didn't notice it, because I wasn't watching to the end of the video anyways. Life hack for YouTube vids with 2 ads back to back on mobile. If you close the vid after the first ad, you could reopen it, and you can skip the second ad. No shit. That's actually a pretty cool life hack, because you can't block ads on mobile. And they suck. They ads suck. I hate using YouTube on mobile, because a lot of times I use YouTube to listen to albums that I don't own and can't buy right at the moment. But like, you'll be like really grooving and getting into an album, and then it'll be like a Japanese Uber Eats ad, and it's just like, what the fuck is this? Also, let me just quick put a pin in, because since I've put the video link in, I want to give a couple CWs just before we go, or at least an explanation that kind of contains CWs maybe. Okay, so Pontypool is, if you're not familiar with it, is a sort of kind of zombie plague movie about a mimetic virus that transmits through language and understanding. So if you've got issues with perception and communication, that may not be something that is very comfortable to watch. Um, I do, but I also love the movie, so there's that. I don't know if there's anything else that needs to be strictly CW'd in the movie. There's... I mean... There's a bit in it that I don't like, even though I think it's supposed to be a joke pointing fun at white people. It still does use brownface. So that's not cool. Maybe you want to know about it before going in. It's very low gore. There's only just a little bit of blood, but there is self-harm. And there is description of violence. So if violence even in description is something that would put you off, this would put you off, because the violence as described is fairly graphic. Otherwise, it's a tight 94-minute movie. It's all shot for the most part on one set. It does go off the rails a little bit, I would say, in the last 15 or 20 minutes, but the acting is solid. It's an interesting idea. It's pretty well written. It's far better than the book. I do not recommend I guess it's more of a novella, but the novella's got issues. It's got, issues. And if you have seen the movie and not read the book, don't read the book, because the book is not the movie. The movie takes the best concept from the book and distills it in probably the best form it possibly could, but the book is not good. How is it spelled? If you're asking about me, it's spelled Pontypool, Pontypool. I'm not sure if that question was to me, Lambda, because I usually, when I go off on a thing, I don't look at chat, and then chat moves and I have no idea what's going on. Ludus says some in Switzerland YouTube ads think I'm stacked and just send me ads for Swarovski and SUV cars. I love that. Alice says I just get the thing every Portuguese person on social media gets for ads. Ads from Brazil, most of whom are evangelical grifters. It was. Okay. Well, yes, the book is called Pontypool Changed Everything. The movie is called Just Pontypool. The link that Hive put in, and in case you're not sure, although I think that they should have the sword markers. Hive is one of our mods, so if a mod is putting up a link, it's a safe link. The link that Hive put up is to the movie. It's a good movie, though. It kind of depends on where you are, if you are going to be comfortable with it. I liked it. I did kind of... I don't know. I kind of sort of liked Ravenna Gets, which is another novella by the same author. But it's also kind of exhausting. Ravenna Gets is... it's basically a series of vignettes. You've got two towns. One is Ravenna, and I forget the other town's name. And just one day, for no reason at all, the other town just decides that everybody in Ravenna needs to die. And they set about killing everybody. And that's the book. It's just chapter after chapter after chapter. The author stated that he wanted to give the actual physical feeling of violence to the reader, which is interesting and kind of successful. Some of the vignettes are really good, but the problem is that there's so much of it, even for a short book, that you get the point way before the book is finished. And then it's kind of just hard to engage with the rest of it, because it's yeah, I got it, and now you're just kind of beating me over the head with it. But it's far easier to read than Pontypool is, because Pontypool is just it's a lot. The book, not the movie. The movie's easy to follow. largely. So one day there was a genocide. I mean, yeah, basically. There's no reason is given. There's very little time to speculate because, you know, each of these vignettes focuses on a different group and their attempt to survive, successfully or not. It's very Canadian, and Pontypool is as well. Although I think that maybe comes off a little bit less in the movie, just because there's less... Because the movie is located in one place, but it is definitely of a Canadian feel, because the author is also Canadian. But yeah, like, that's... You basically got it, Kronos. It's a weird book, and the author is... I don't know about him. He's got some other stuff I haven't really been interested in reading because I just don't get his vibe, and I don't have enough information on him to judge if he's good. Hey, Des, I'm sorry I missed you come in. We gotta, like, it's kind of been a very chatty stream tonight, Des. You didn't miss anything at all. But it kind of been a bit of a low impact, low energy. Hopefully that's cool, but I hope you're doing very, very well. I hope that work is not dragging you around the block, as it has been the last time that we heard from you. And we hope the family is doing well as well. Give the kiddos my love. I still look at that picture, that little letter. So let Jacinta know that's still something I treasure. No worries, heatwave in the UK at the moment. I heard about that. Hai was telling us about that at the beginning of the stream, and was worrisome. Kronos says I hardly know anything about the country I live in, so God help me if I ever write an anime-inspired story. Yeah, stay safe, Des, please. Whatever steps that you can reasonably take, please do stay safe and stay cool, because like 40-degree heat is not a thing to fuck around with. We might be in typhoon season, so the heat has broken for now, which is great, but it's like it was like raining sideways before the stream. I'm glad I got my shopping done. My shopping. I feel like we need to put that in like some serious air quotes, but I'm glad I got my shopping done. Actually, tomorrow okay, wow. So I don't know, like, okay, so here's the thing, right? Here's the thing, like, we know that, like, the LGBTQ plus, QIA2 plus rights here in Japan are not, like, at all. And social acceptance is still, I mean, it's getting better, but still not super great. So, there's Trans Visibility March. Oh, shit! By the way, fuck me sideways. To all our non-binary chatters tonight, a very, very blessed, to whatever, you know, blessings that you would like to take, International Non-Binary Visibility Day. We appreciate all of you here. I may be binary myself, but I'm still very trans, so yeah, there's slightly in similar boats, if not parallel boats, if not the same boat. Know that y'all do tend to eat a lot of shit from everybody, and I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. But I want y'all to know that you are welcome here, and your identities are welcome here, and I hope that this is a safe place for you to be, and to be as open as you comfortably feel about yourself. You're important and you're appreciated. So, I remembered. So that's two things I remembered tonight. So I am ahead. Fuck, I forgot what I was talking about. Oh no, so here's the thing. So now let me yank this back to my story. Sorry about that. Honestly. So there's a trans visibility march pushing for demanding changes to the laws specifically pertaining to getting your certificates changed here, because it's a process and it's shit. So I'm gonna go. Right. But see, here's also the thing. Oh wait, I woke somebody up? Sorry about that, Hive. I didn't mean to wake you up. We are like currently in the largest surge in COVID cases in Japan since the start of COVID, which means it's probably way fucking worse than they're actually telling us, because it has been consistently way fucking worse than they are telling us. It's the government's informing of anything COVID related has been an entire shit show over here. Government safety measures have been a total shit show over here, and we are certainly reaping what we have sown. Of course, people are blaming it on those tourists, all 12 of them that we let in the country. Spoiler alert, not the fucking tourists' fault. Although I will say I was happy that the country was closed to tourists, not to protect the country, but to protect the fucking tourists. Because this was not a good place to be in the middle of COVID. I do not know how I managed to not be sick for the past 3 years, but somehow I have. So I'm kind of in this dilemma, because we dearly need a visible queer movement in Japan, and specifically a trans movement here in Japan. And you know, this is how you get that done. But it is in Shinjuku, which is not without its cluster of people. And Quill says, can't believe the tourists literally ate all the babies in the hospitals. I bet you would not have to look hard to find somebody with a at least tangential viewpoint on Javeside Twitter. Quill, it's awful. Chrono says it's true. When I want to visit Japan, my number one priority is to infect everyone with the COVID. It's like you think I know that you know that I'm not joking, and I know that you're playing because it's just a goofy idea. But like the amount of absolute pearl clutching that was done when they decided to like open up Japan to North Korea style guided tours to an extremely limited set of tourists, when we've had business travelers, by the way. Oh, and artists coming over here all the time, because, you know, they bring money. But the tourists, you know, it's definitely the tourists. And those foreigners, like, I don't want to get too out of my lane, because I am, you know, I'm not Japanese, I'm not mixed heritage, I am just straight up white girl who happens to be living in Japan. But, like, you know, a thing is a thing. You can say that a thing is a thing, and we've got a problem with it here. But yeah, so I am kind of... Oh, Lambda, it is so... I'm not gonna get on a despair trip tonight. which is not me imposing that people can't talk about anything serious, because that's certainly bullshit. Please, by all means, say, if you've got a serious thing to say, please say a serious thing. We are all adults. We can deal with it. But the feeling in that sentence, Lambda, is like it's the clue gif, like flames coming out of my ears, up the sides of my face. Except Madeline Kahn does it like way fucking better. But like it's that for me. Quill says, wish these tourists would stop withering my crops and curling my milks. Holy fuck. Where I am, the locals have a weird xenophobia to people from my home state. Apparently, we're the ones spreading the virus, but nobody's doing any masks or anything. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Just... So I did actually have to go shopping today. Like that, it was at the point where it's like, if I don't wash my hair, I'm going to have to shave my head. And I've managed to not do that for 3 years. Well, I mean, I do the half shave, but like, it's like, that's 90% of trans girls, so, it's not 90%, but it does seem to be like a significant percentage of us. But like, it was gribbly. Like, it was just, we had to do it. So I had to go out. And the people on the train, because it was raining enough that I couldn't do the hour walk to Nakano. The people are just, as somebody I follow on Twitter said it, just out there raw dog in the air. I just was looking at these people. And this guy, I felt almost bad, because this guy came in and he was like, he was a weirdo. Like, I mean, he might not like a weirdo in any kind of like, I'm judging him for his character. I have no idea what he's like. That's actually a key part of the story. But he just had the look of a weirdo, and I know my kind. And like he sat down next to me, and I just got up and went to the next train car. And I was like, he's gonna think I'm getting away from him because he looks weird and scary. And it's not because he looks weird and scary. I like weird and scary. He ain't wearing a fucking mask. And I felt like that social, like, I felt that social awkwardness of my intentions being misread. Quill says I get treated differently because I moved here rather than be born on a sweaty ass farm here. Fucking hell. Fuck that. Fuck that to the sun. I hate that. There's kind of like a weird version of that here in Tokyo where like they get really titchy with anybody who uses dialect, and they kind of push people. I mean, that's kind of an old school Japanese thing, but it's still, people still do it. They kind of push people not to use their dialects when they move up here to Tokyo. And like even my boss, because I lived in Osaka for like 16 years, 17 years in Osaka. And I was married to a gal from Amami, so my Japanese is all over the fucking map. And he just like will make fun of me because I use Osaka dialect sometimes. And I just want to be like, motherfucker, you understand me, don't you? Then that's good enough, isn't it? Excuse me, Quill? What the actual fuck is that? What in the actual star-spangled fuck is that? Wow. Wow. Oh, I just, there are so many fucking levels to that. And I hate every single fucking one. That's like a Dante's Inferno of bullshit. That just gets worse no matter how long you look at it. That's... It's called... I do not have words for how pissed off I am. And again, none of that is on you, Quill, for being the bearer of bad tidings, but like, I'm so pissed off I'm dizzy. I am literally fucking dizzy. I am so pissed off. That's wow. I literally have to laugh because the only other response is just a protracted scream that will blow the fuck out of my throat. That is not fucking done. Whew. Oh shit. Wow. It's been a long time since I've been that pissed off. Hive says, Australia isn't a racist country. White people who don't know shit about racism but are very insistent they aren't racist but would rather all the non-whites buggered off to their country of origin. The mood. If there was a mood board, it would just be all red. It would just all be completely fucking red. Just red. Be one of those like Rothko paintings. Just supposed to see the subtle interplay of the different densities of red. I know Europe is fucked up because I didn't find that surprising at all. I'm not surprised. I mean, I guess I am a little bit surprised, but like, I'm pissed. That's what I am. I'm pissed. Hi, says stop paying attention to COVID reactions in the news, but white people stop swearing at and spitting on Asians? Jesus Christ, I hope so. My mood ring just exploded. Just exploded. But wrath is all year round. I am... If we could just bundle up all the pissed into one conversation here, just thinking of that, just briefly as a sidebar, as it were, to the Magic tournament where somebody's playing and you don't have any counter spells, so you got to go in your sidebar to get your counter spells out. Fucking Tatsuya from Sinfest took our joke about wrath following pride and put that in Sinfest, and he doesn't fucking get that. That's our joke. That's for us. That's for the queers. I saw that and I was you just douchebag. You 100%. Just I don't want to stay on Sinfest because like there's really nothing to say. He's just become a total turf. Fill in the blanks as is needed, but like the fact that he took that joke, that's our joke. That's ours. He doesn't get that. Okay, so Tatsuya Ishida is... Wait, let me make sure. Tatsuya Ishida. Yes. Okay, so he's probably one of the longest running webcomic dudes. Sinfest have been running for 20 years plus at this point. It started as kind of a sort of edgy-ish, humor-ish type of thing-ish. It wasn't good. Tatsuya just like drawing stacked gals, basically, and having an author insert in it, and it was supposed to be funny, whatever. And that would be fine. I mean, there wouldn't really be much more to it than the fact that he managed to keep his webcomic going for 20 years. Sure. Okay. But see, the thing is, here's the thing, is that, like, some point along the line, he found religion. But when I say religion, what I mean is second wave radical feminism, particularly of the anti-sex worker and anti-pornography kind. Okay, so Sinfest, which was like kind of sort of horny and, you know, kind of sort of male-centric-y. I mean, it was male-centric, but like male gazy type of thing, did this like hard swerve into these really weird places, like really strongly anti-sex work and like really aggressive militant feminism, and this kind of examination of his own porn addiction just right out there on Maine. But you can't stick around very long in that soup without ending up in turf waters. And he went just as hard into turfism as he did into second wave feminism. And like, then from there, because all bigotries are like string theory and connected, which is not what that means, but we're gonna go with it, he just dove into QAnon, like just head first. And so now his comic is like super anti-trans, and it's like super cancel culture and social justice, and there's not even like really a lot of lip service to feminism anymore, and it's like really trad wifey, and it's just like, it's been this bizarre 180, and it's really just vicious and gross. Edgy gag comic, yeah. You could have said webcomic and I would have been, okay, I get the picture. But, like, it's not really, like, if you think about, okay, when I think of early 2000s webcomics, like, I'm thinking, like, sluggy freelance and, like, It's Walkie? I guess It's Walkie was kind of horny, but not, like, really horny. Penny Arcade, early Penny Arcade, which is... Penny Arcade's got a lot of problems, but horniness is definitely not one of them. Oh yeah, like, he was cured of big boobs, and now he's anti-boobs. Kind of, yeah. But, like, it's kind of like a train wreck, and because I looked at the feed once on Reddit, it just gets recommended to me now when I'm on general Reddit instead of looking at, like, actual subreddits that I'm subscribed to. And so I get to see, like, basically the R Sinfest feed exists to dunk on Sinfest. I don't know how that works, but weirdly enough, it's like the good universe doppelganger of our questionable content, which exists just to dunk on questionable content. It's very weird how these fandoms went in completely opposite directions and ended up in the same place. But they'll post up, like, the original comic of the day, and then they'll post, like, edits of the comic. The edits don't help, honestly. The mistake is going on Reddit. You know, weirdly enough, Ludo, you're right, but our Little Big Planet has actually been pretty good to me. Like, I get semi-regular feedback on my videos, and some folks have been really kind to me on there. Some folks seem to like my voice, and this is not me fishing, so I don't need you all to be like, oh, but your voice is fine. Like, I will believe you, but I don't need to hear it right now. But the voice thing has been a thing for the last couple of weeks, and some people, I don't know if it's just kismet, have, like, been like, oh, and we also really like your voice, which is like, you don't have any idea how much I needed to hear that, so, like, thank you, random stranger. Our Little Big Planet has this one post where someone asked if the sack thing committed any war crimes in the story mode, and if so, how many? Like, what the fuck? I wish I could find that post again because it was a philosophical goldmine. I don't even know what to do with that news, Kronos, but I feel a lot of ways about that. Yeah, but that's the end of my tab. I'm gonna close the tab on Sinfest, but basically I was just pissed off because, like, you know, it just felt like this is our thing. Could we just have this fucking thing? Could you just let us have this fucking thing? But, and also because I made that GIF. I went through all that trouble to make that GIF. Ah. Ah. I'm gonna have a cigarette and I'm gonna play a level. But did they decide if Sack Thing committed any war crimes? And like, how did they like? But there wasn't. Can you commit a war crime if you're not at war? Do I even want to know the answer to this question? Like, wait. Okay, I'm gonna ask that question, but I'd like us to just really thin ice it. Like, we don't need to go any, like, super dark routes. But, like, that is a question I kind of wonder about. Like, can you commit a war crime if you are not currently at war? All I remember is that there were a lot in favor of yes. That's so weird. I mean, that's... Are we talking over the course of the entire series? Because I can't think of any in Little Big Planet 1. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could potentially argue Little Big Planet 2, because, like, the Negativitron's got its forces, and then you've got, like, all the Sackbot forces, but... But it was certainly an experience. It sounds like one. I don't even know, like, what I would do with that. I do know that I feel like I've exhausted this Watcher. Thank you for indulging me, by the way. Like, I think we just sat on the Watcher for, like, 40 minutes, and I'm perfectly okay with that. Cubes of jumping. That sounds sweet. This better not end up being murder. I'm not super down for murder. Hello there, this is my entry for the Dreams Community Jam. The theme of this jam is Make a Choice. So before we get started, I just want to say thank you for choosing to play my game. Well, you know what? That is sweet. It really means a lot. Now with that out of the way, let me introduce you... 10, 10, 10. Cubes of jumping. They are, though. Hive, they really are. And I, like, sometimes I do like kind of 10, 10, 10. It is, though. Called it is. I cannot say ellipsis anymore. Like, it is just gone from my vocabulary whenever it's necessary. Every now and then it's fun to chaw on something, Hive. I hope you're all okay with that. Sometimes I just do get in the mood to chaw. To be fair, 10, 10, 10 is a lot shorter. It is. I've been meaning to ask, is there actually talk about MM possibly going the NFT route? Okay, so here's the thing. On the very short, quick check that I had the spoons to do, I didn't see anything explicitly saying that MM was doing NFTs. The Hive brings up the point I was going to bring up next. However, they have been talking about the metaverse since January 2021. And they recently had this marketing thing that I think actually, it might have been you, Colt, that I asked, that took a look at that tweet for me to kind of do a little bit of translation from marketing. It was either you or Vallejo, where there was like a lot of like blockchain bullshit in the presentation that MM was giving. So it feels like even if they're not going to be doing, might have been Vallejo, okay. Um, Even if they're not doing like NFTs, that they might be leveraging into Web 3.0 and blockchain stuff, which is, I mean, marginally better, but not really. Also, what did I miss? Quills has been thinking about setting money aside for voice training. Oh, fuck yeah! Quill, that would be super cool. If it's something that you feel like would help you out, then yeah, absolutely. Behind says I think it's basically the same kind of talk they've been recycling about using metaverses as the next evolution in creation and storytelling. Okay. Oh no. I feel like this story is taking a twist. The creator just said that he assumes that we liked the game because we played it to completion. Now he's going. I shouldn't assume he. I did that and I didn't even think about it. They're gonna check the comments and then there was a 10-10-10. So like that implies that the comments were not good. Aw, nuts! A plot twist. Quill says I'm pretty good at changing pitch and stuff, but feel like I could use professional opinion to progress. I can't, like... I can't do any of that. I just took my service voice and I just stretched it until it fit, basically. This game doesn't provide any choice. In my opinion, it does not belong in the jam. It simply does not fit the theme. What? Surely they're mistaken. There's certainly a choice or two in this game. Did they not choose to play this game in the first place? Did they not choose to jump across those cubes? Oh, we're getting philosophical. Hive says I'm guessing they're thinking of trying to tie something to the blockchain to facilitate what they feel is the next step in creative media. Like, that doesn't make me feel any warmer or fuzzier than NFTs, because as Dan Olson points out in his video The Line Goes Up, blockchain is also like pretty bullshit, but it's not NFTs. At least they could have quit the game. Nice use of the present perfect form, thank you very much. As a former English teacher, I salute you. Could have quit the game at any time. You could say they had infinite choices. Is this how you feel as well? Does my game not meet the jam's requirements? Now hold on a second. Creator. I want to be supportive here, but I mean, I do think that you're pushing the theme a little bit. Perhaps I've not done enough to meet my fellow dreamers' expectations. Maybe this game needs a more meaningful kind of choice. A choice that will have a lasting impact, one with some real oomph. Oh god, Quill! Could have quit this game at any point. Is very Spec Ops the line. And Lambda says the blockchain is inherently problematic. Yes. What is it? The way the blockchain dovetails with privacy and security is intensely worrisome. So that alone is not something I'm super comfortable with. Let me see what I can do. Be right back. Many tens. Okay, I have just the thing. White phosphorus. I like the idea. I did a similar thing in Chapter 0. I might have gone about it a bit differently, I don't know. I don't have a controller in my hands right now. That's fair. I'm not saying that it's bad. I don't want to go that far with it. I think it's been very precisely set up. I'm certain this will provide you with the kind of choice you've been craving. A choice demanding your particular free-willian capabilities. So, related to the Killer Whale movie, clearly, why didn't they give us a choice not to not war crimes in the game? Have you considered you felt the need to war crimes in the game rather than thinking maybe I'll stop playing the game, and is that my moral choice? I think that's okay, so I think that's a fair and important question, Hive. While at the same time, kind of feeling like it's a shitty bait and switch. Like, assuming playing the game at launch, right? And you've dropped on your $65, right? And that's, depending on what your financial situation is like, that's maybe not an insignificant cost. And now here's this company that spent millions of dollars building, designing, marketing the game, setting the game up in a way that encourages the choice that you're eventually forced to make, while using the conventions, which these conventions do deserve to be criticized, of how these choices are presented in other games, but like using the conventions that those other games use to positively reinforce the choice, to then kind of turn around and be like, neener neener, aren't you a immoral prick for choosing this? And it, like, I don't know, like, it feels a bit like a false dichotomy. The game did not handle it well. Okay, like, I'm glad. Because I had to noodle that, and I can at least appreciate the fact that the game made me noodle that. But it just kind of feels kind of shitty the way they set it up. I never played Spec Ops, so obviously I made the right choice. I mean, I didn't either, Ludo, but it's kind of one of those things where you just osmotically know about it at this point. Or, well, okay, it's one of those things where I osmotically know about at this point, because I've watched a lot of breakdown videos. Cronus is worth mentioning that it was released when the gritty FPS genre saturated the market. Yeah, that's fair. I'll present to you the ability to choose your own score. That's a weird flex. I wasn't originally going to have scores or a scoreboard for this game, but I believe this feature provides the kind of choice people want. What score do you want on the leaderboard? It's your choice, and what you choose will remain displayed for all to see. How incredibly exciting. I can tell that you're eager to try out this truly unique experience. Well, wait no longer. Here it is. I'm going to choose 0. I'm going to choose 0. The game spends a significant amount of time leading up to that point, offering you actual moral choice mechanics, and... oh, give me a second here. The game spends a significant amount of time leading up to that point, offering you actual moral choice mechanics, and then takes you to the white phosphorus scene with no in-game choices presented. It then, it then requires the player to think outside the bounds of the game, with no priming that the game wanted you to engage with it as a piece of media within a larger canon until the very end of the game. Yeah, okay, so like, yeah, that's bullshit. Even if the central question that the game is proposing in that section is a worthwhile question to ask, all of the scaffolding there is bullshit. This dream speaks exactly how I wrote my forum post when I advertised my level send help. Are you seeing seen? Are you feeling seen, Kronos? You've chosen a score. Are you sure you want to submit? Wait, no, yes, I do. Yes, I do. I'm happy with my score. I'm happy with my decision. I'm okay with this. No, shit! I keep on pressing X too quick. Okay. You've chosen a score, press X. Are you sure you want to submit? Yes. There we go. Of all the possible scores, this is what you've decided to choose. Are you sure you've made the right choice? Is this really the score you want to post to the leaderboard? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Are you really sure this is the last time I'll ask? I'm 100% sure. Well then, your wish is my command. This may surprise you, but I've enjoyed what time we've had together. Thank you so much for playing my game. It wouldn't have been the same without you. But now it's time to submit your score and say farewell. Submitting in 3, 2, 1. Honestly, I kind of wanted the dream to end there. I would have been 100% okay with that. I'd like that we get a little bit of friendly jumping at the end, but... Oh, wait. Maybe we've got to, like, play the level, but then whatever score we chose is what gets to the leaderboard. I got it. A silly game by Cubic Sphere. Wait a minute! I know that name! Hold on a second. Wait. What did Cubic Sphere do? Because I reviewed one of their levels. Oh, fudge. This is gonna bug the living shit out of me. Even though I can easily check at the end of the level. But it's so rare in dreams, I feel like, that it's like, oh, I know this person. Dude. I liked that. You know what? I did like that. I thought it was cute. I like talking with the creator. Yeah. Cubic Sphere, what else have you done? Wait. Did Cubic Sphere get number 1 for this? That's fucking hilarious. You know what? Sometimes community can do right. What creations? What do you got? Oh. Hold on a sec. It's like a box pushing puzzle. I know which one it is. Because I saw the picture really quick. This one. I looked at Porto. God, this was ages ago. I don't even have that notebook anymore, I don't think. Spec Ops is a paradox where if you think about it too much or not at all, it leads to the point falling flat. I guess you would just... You would have to just experience it affectively. I did a bad and have no choice, maybe were bad. It sure isn't exactly optimal. Yeah... Kronos says, I had this one idea for an adventure where you help a group of aspiring creators to make a level where the final level is the level itself, and it would change based on your decisions. That's cool. Kronos, I really like that. Would you, like... You'd have to use the memorizer for that, right? I wonder, could you do that within, like, with the logic provided in... adventure mode? Because there are ways to save states in adventure mode, right? Also, we breezed past 3 hours. Don't know how that happened. Memorizers work, but so do quest sensors. Okay. Hive says Kane Lynch 2 did a much better job with spec... Fudge. What Spec Ops The Line tried to do, but because it was a continuous level subtle about it, having every bit of criticism of the fantasy it presented initially is diegetic, it doesn't overtly question the player. People wrote it off as a terrible game that was just a long Shaggy Dog story. Okay. And to Ludo, the point of the game is that the choice to willfully engage in the power fantasy of American interventionism as a form of interactive entertainment is something to be questioned. Yes, we agree on that. Not necessarily that the war itself is bad, but positioning yourself as a morally good actor within the war story for fun is bad. Like, and that, I mean, the central conceit, the central question is a worthwhile question in engaging in. Kron says the thing is, the two systems act independently. So if you reset one, it doesn't affect the other, which can mess with progress, so you can only really stick... You can only really stick? Oh, okay. You can only really stick with one. Okay, so it's, you either do Memorizer or you do quest sensors, but you can't do both of them. Fudge. Maybe we'll save... Let me put this, can I put this in a queue? I cannot. Wait, can I? Follow, report, definitely not report, don't want to do that. There's no way to just queue it? Fudge. Well, maybe I'll just try to remember. Good luck with that. Oh, never mind. Press square. We could take a look at Porto next week. Because I don't want to get, like... I don't want to... Oh, shit. We had some messages. Oh! 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 I didn't... Lost Raider 1984? I'll take a look at this one really quick. I don't know if you're watching and I completely didn't notice it. I apologize for that. If you're not watching, then thank you for sharing, but I don't know how to tell you that thank you, but thank you. Let's take a look at this. Sumisu Samurai Legacy. Is it supposed to... I mean, like, I'm just looking at it like, is it supposed to be Smith? Is this a samurai as played by Tom Cruise?
The
Sumisu-san?
family legacy was written well before young Sumishu was even born. The Legion of the Five Blades killed Sumishu's grandfather for an artifact that he had in his possession.
Sumisu.
Now Sumishu has his path. Death to the Five Blades is all he could see in his future.
I would
this
be...
is where our story begins.
It's like Mr. Ed with a flat affect. Oh, square. Finish him? Oh, look, this was not... I mean, I don't know. I don't know about that. Why are you wearing a no mask? I don't know how to finish this dude, so I'm just gonna Thank you! Thank you. I was gonna say Eeyore, but not depressed. Or like Ernest P. Warren, or wait, not Ernest P. Worrell. The dude from like Ernest Goes to Camp, but on Quaaludes. I'm getting that kind of vibe. Like if he was really doped up. Just like had a whole plate of downers. The voice sounds like Aleister Crowley. Wait, what just happened? What? What? Wait, what? What was that? Did my pelvis just get attached to my body? Detached from my body? I mean, Dreams does do weird things with character models, but what? Like, he does this like weird skateboard slide, and I kind of love it, but I don't think I'm supposed to. Why are there wind chimes? What? Why does everybody live in a thatched hut? What? Know what I mean, Lambda? Is that definitely a blast from the past? It's interesting to compare and contrast the vertical motion of both games. Spec Ops: The Line has a constant, impossible downward movement, as symbolic of your moral descent. Kane and Lynch 2 has you traveling upwards through the city and encountering more ugliness and corruption after leaving the slums and traveling to the posh office complexes. My swings are so meticulous I ignore friction, and apparently geometry. I'm fairly sure we just... I don't know. Can I, though? Kronos? I'd like that. I'd like that a lot. I could use that power in real life. I would only use it for good. Or, I mean, some approximation of good. And you're... Whoa. Whoa. It's like Slinkies as seen by Emo Phillips. And I love it. Called, you're not wrong. I don't mean this to be mean, but this is reminding me of the dinosaurs in Jurassic Park Trespasser. That's not like the old... Was... I don't remember if it was like a Super Nintendo game, wasn't it? Where... What the fuck? Okay, what have I done? Where, like, there was a top-down aspect of it, and then you would go into compounds, and you would have, like, first-person dinosaur fighting, and I think there was night vision. I am a monster. And I must immediately, commit seppuku. And that's not good. That seems like all kinds of bad. I feel like I'm trapped in the wheat. I'm trapped in the corn. And he who walks behind the rows is gonna just gonna come up, and I'm not even touching the controller. I don't have any idea what's happened there. He's like one of those the puppets, right? Where they're connected by like springs. And then you've got the base. And like you could press on the base to make the puppet bend. That's what it's like. Great Value Bunraku here. Oh my god. Called no. Oh my god, I love it. All y'all get whatever form of gold stars or fucking cupcakes or stickers you want tonight, because you've been absolutely on point and on fire all goddamn night. And I am loving all of it. You have no idea. That's the old super ambitious immersive sim with a very too ambitious for its own good physics system, where everything in the game is acted upon by physics, including the dinosaurs. And so every now and then their legs will glitch out. Wait, the rigs will glitch out and their legs will bend at awkward angles, so they would collapse to the ground while trying to take a step. Oh my god! Oh, that sounds terrible. It sounds absolutely horrifying, and y'all don't understand, okay? So the thing is that this rock is apparently made out of fucking lodestone, and I cannot escape this rock. I cannot. This is like Carpenter's in the Mouth, where the kid is on the bike, and Styles keeps passing him on the car, but every time she passes him, he gets older. And then he crashes because she hit him, but he's an old man. All-Star! I'm so glad that you got here. We're probably staying a little bit later than normal because I got sent a couple of dreams and I'm still feeling awake, and it's been an absolute wonderful stream. Quill, sleep. Sleep, be rested and well, have wonderful dreams. It's always wonderful to have you here. And yes, that's what I'm going to say. You're loved, and sleep well. It's been a whole night, All-Star. We've been just all around the block tonight. We are trapped by lodestone. So Styles, she hits the kid, but the kid's an old man now, and she gets to the kid, and the kid in the old man makeup, which is actually pretty good. But with the kid's voice is just like repeating over and over, he won't let me leave, he won't let me leave. That's this lodestone. I am completely trapped by this lodestone. I can't get away from it. I read a post-mortem for Trespasser, and they were like, yeah, this game was a mess, but at least we were ambitious, and everything else we did right was so much better than the trash movie source material. Whoa! Holy shit! Did they just really go out and throw hands like that? That's a thing. Oh, we escaped! Okay. So, I guess the only way to escape the lodestone was to not look at it. And now that I'm looking at the screen again, I am immediately trapped like a bug in amber. I love this. This is a metaphor. This is some kind of fucking metaphor for my life, and I don't know what to do with that. And it's saying, I hear it clearly. It's saying, Disco, what you gotta do is just let your life go to entropy, because it's worked for the past 43 years of your life, more or less, give or take, the 5 years of it that you can remember. And I want to be like, you're not wrong precisely. It has worked, but it's worked so well that I no longer have the ability to plan anything, and that seems like, long term, maybe not the greatest. But as soon as I actively try to escape, I am once again trapped by lodestone. This is... wow. I feel so bad. Lost Raider, if you're watching, I am so sorry. I did not mean to dunk on your creation as hard as I did. Please know that I was dunking with kindness in my heart, because at the very least it made me laugh, and honest laughs, and those are hard to come by in this day and age. So I appreciate that deeply, and I appreciate the hard work that went into doing this level. But my friend, I do think that some polishing is necessary here. Just some polishing would be necessary. Also, I didn't mean to give you short shrift on your entrance. I was so taken by what was going on. But I hope that you're doing well. I hope that life is treating you well. It has not thrown anything your way that you feel like you cannot handle at the moment. And it is always a pleasure to have you here. I don't know, La Matanza? La Matanza? La Matanza? La Matanza 5. If you are watching, because this was sent to me 8 minutes ago, thank you very much for sharing drivers with me. I look forward to the experience. And hopefully there's no magnets. Are you... Wait. Okay. They elected to not only go with the Resident Evil theme, but they elected to go with the Marilyn Manson score version of the Resident Evil theme, which makes me feel all kinds of ways. Because Marilyn Manson is honestly just a trash fire of a human being, and that's... I don't know if I could say anything else about Marilyn Manson without needing to get to content warnings. But that theme is such a good theme. It is such a good theme. I was just thinking that the creator could do with a little rub. Oh, absolutely. And thank you. Thank you for the recommend. I will do that, Ludo. I was thinking that looked like a fun card to do. Can I... Okay, so I don't... It's not a select screen. Did we go Chaos and not do the tutorial? Yes. I'm thinking here like a bump or a boost hive. I kind of love him. I don't know why, but I kind of do. Oh, that makes sense. Also, yeah. Now, are these my competitors? My friend, you only have the one eye. You're gonna have problems with your rear views? You're just gonna have, how are you gonna do this? Dude, clearly, my people. Are you okay, sir? Are you alright? I mean, we've all felt this way sometime in our lives. Do you need a hug? Okay, I'm just gonna go over here. That entity is very Crash Test Being, but there's something, like, I don't know what it is, but there's just something charming about them. This is the car that we want. Can we take this car? We cannot. How do I take cars? I totally should have done the tutorial. Oh, talk. Oh, we do get the rally car. I think.
Three, two, one.
Let's go.
He talked to us. Oh, well, this is not. I don't... Why does this car look like something out of Katamari Damacy? Again, this is not a dig, because Katamari Damacy has a very particular style that I like, the weird boxiness of it. But it still does. Okay, so the grass has physics. I am backwards. What? What? What is even happening? Wait, it doesn't have physics. Wait, did I just hit the grass at the one angle that was gonna stop me? What? Why? Do we have rear wheel drive? It's the time of the, oh shoot. Well, we're not making that. This was supposed to be a milk run. Wait, where's the how does this work? Where's the loop? Am I just supposed to get to the end? I guess? Is there drift? What? This is $20, Kronos. This is, I mean, this is, you're gonna put a sawbuck down on this one. The experience of this, it must be experienced. So clearly this is like an every which way but loose cannonball run kind of deal, where we're supposed to go backwards, and also Dom DeLuise is supposed to be doing like cowardly lion jokes in our ear the entire time. This is a lot. Smokey the Bandit and an orangutan. Oh my god, my childhood. It's all started, the number of times I watched those movies and unironically loved them as a young child on my neighbor's HBO. And I dread to look back at them because I have to imagine that great swaths of those movies did not end well. Like, I'm pretty sure both the Cannonball runs have, like, super stereotypical sheiks in them. But as a kid, like, oh fuck, sign me up. Like, any road movie, I for some reason thought that was the height of cinema. Just absolutely could not be topped. And Burt Reynolds was a hero to me as a child, which is kind of weird. This is making me miss you playing Wipeout. We should do a Wipeout. We should do a night of Wipeout, because we are in the random streams while we work out, like, what's going on for next long form. So maybe we could do a race of Wipeout. There are some really good Wipeout likes and dreams. I played, like, I know I played at least one of them. And I remember it being really good. In fact, I think I might have reviewed one of them.
3, 2, 1.
Let's go.
But there was, the one that we did was really good. Oh yeah! There's if you're talking about Wipeout on Dreams, Lambda, there are a couple really good Wipeout levels on Dreams. Son of a bitch, I'm in! I love that! Then I'll tell you what, Hive and Lambda, and anybody else in chat who loves Wipeout, at least one of the random streams next week will be a Wipeout stream. We'll do that. What happened? They took away our... What? What? What the actual heck? I'm still falling. They stole the world from us. But they... Where am I supposed to drive to? Is it the cave? I like Redout, I just wouldn't say it's a Wipeout-esque. Okay. I haven't played Redout, so I can't really... I couldn't really tell you, Lambda. Ludo says it literally looks half its name from it, though, and it calls it the inspiration. Oh, it is. I got confused and I thought you meant Redline, which is a dream. Okay. Sorry, All-Star. I'm super sorry. Sometimes we also play, like, the actual game Wipeout on channel. And I think that's what got us split in two different directions. I love that the car just does endos. I think that's what those are called. I feel like I should know what those are called. Being, like, hip. As we clearly know that I am clearly hip, but... Redline is a pretty slick animated racing film. I have never heard of Redline. What? It's like the level dropped out half the truth. What the fuck? Oh my god! I love it! Oh! Oh, level, what have you done to me? It's just like being stuck in an earthquake movie. This is Superman 2. This is Superman 2. Superman, I need you to go around the planet backwards a couple of times. Just, you know, just do that and get us out of everything, basically. You know, just give us a soft reset. I'm not even gonna do the thing where it'd be like, oh, just go back to X time and fix my genes or nothing. I'm not even gonna do that. Just like put us back to, fuck, I don't know. Let's just say 2010. How about that? Let's say 2010. Let's see if we could just run it from 2010. Wait, was it? Called, that was Superman 1? For realsies? I thought that was Superman 2. Then what was the gimmick in Superman 2? Redline is like if someone took an anime, mixed it with Mike Mignola, and then made a sci-fi wacky races with the briefest hint of trying to avoid a war. Oh my god, I've got to watch it. I absolutely have to watch it. And the Pompadour. I'll tell you what, every now and then I see this old Japanese codger who dresses in full cowboy, but also has a fucking pompadour. And it's like, on one hand, mood, and on the other hand, like, I respect the style and the effort that's gone into it. But on the third hand that I keep in a jar in my closet, I kind of want to be like, just, like, pick a fucking decade. Just pick a decade and run with it, mate. Like, just pick a century, really. And just go with it? Oh, Zod! Yes! Called, you're 100% right. I can't believe I forgot that. Okay, here's a question, and I think it might have just been the angle of the picture they used for that, like, the web telescope Superman 2 meme that went around, but Zod's, like, big dude henchman, is that Richard Kiel? Like, the dude from EGA? 'Cause that seems like a lot. It's not Richard Kiel. Okay, good. Lambda! Pompadour Cowboy sounds like a minor character in the Metal Gear series. I love it. He reminds me of somebody that I know, like a character actor from the 80s? Fuck, now I'm gonna have to check. IMDb. Superman 2. Oh, thank you. Please, keyboard, don't be in Japanese. Like, all I know is that Superman 3's robotization scene, that, like, did a lot to my head as a child, and, you know, it was just a lot. It was a whole kind of, it was just a lot. So I remember that, and, like, basically, I remember that, I remember the earthquake in Superman 1, and the, this shard of the negative zone? Jack Halloran! Jack O'Halloran, no shit. Alright, so where do I know this dude from? He's from Jersey, he's a Jersey boy. Still alive. Good on ya. He was in the remake of Dragnet with fucking Dan Aykroyd? Oh my god, I hate everything about that. That just seems terrible. He was in 76's King Kong. He's in Superman 1 and 2. He was in Knight Rider. That's probably... And Murder, She Wrote. That's why I know him. That's why I know him. It's from Murder, She Wrote. Because I watched every fucking Murder, She Wrote. Because that was clearly... That was like the best... He was a boxer. Lambda, he was indeed a boxer. Or at least that's what his bio says. Don't imagine like I knew that beforehand. No, I want to look at what Wipeout stuff. Mute, not a mute. Okay, I get the distinction there, called, and that's a good call. And I'm glad that you made that call. Because I probably would have missed it. Wipeout, Wipeout. Let's get at least one Dreams Wipeout in. Because I should... Oh, fudge. This is going to be one of those things where it's like a billion dreams use the name. Also, can we talk about silhouette and how I almost never want to see that word again? One, silhouette levels... This is an LBP thing. By the way, this... I don't know about dreams. Silhouette levels in LBP are like 90% disappointing because nobody does silhouette. And it drives me right up the wall. This is the one that we reviewed. And it's a good one. So let's take a look at this one. But two, like, I think I will never forget how to spell silhouette. Play Batman. Oh! Lamatanza? I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name right, but I hope I am. I'll tell you what, Lamatanza, I will play your Batman after I do this level, and I will make that the last one of the night. Okay, there's a particular silhouette style in LBP, and some people work the style really, really well. And it comes off looking really nice, but a lot of people don't really know how to make it work, so it ends up being A, very, very bland, and B, lit in places that it shouldn't be lit, so that your character model or certain platforms get lit, and it takes away from the silhouette experience. And if you're not pulling off the silhouette, like, what you're usually left with is just a really super basic platformer. Because, like, a lot of folks I've noticed, they don't know how to incorporate background into the silhouette. So you've just got, like, a swath of one color. And a lot of times the camera tends to be pulled back. So you're seeing a lot of that background. And you've just got your little sack thing character, and you've got line platforms, sometimes block platforms, but usually it's line platforms, and it's just, like, it's aggressively bland. I've played a few silhouettes that are actually honestly beautiful. Like that do manage to nail it. And I've played a few silhouette levels that don't nail the presentation very well, but do manage to get a really good gameplay going. So that's forgivable. But for some reason, silhouette levels feel like one of the most common tropes of levels to just be there. Like, they're aggressively fine. And I kind of hate it because I almost feel like, I don't know, like, as a reviewer, I almost feel like it's worse to say something just exists than to say it's bad and be able to help with, like, okay, here's where you did wrong, I could see where your ambition was, here are things that like you could improve, but stuff that just is very frustrating, and I feel rude pointing that out. Fragile is a terrible name. I mean, no, okay, let me split this. Fragile is a cool name for a terrible character. And Coldman! Time attack. It's like there's some fundamental disconnect with what Hideo Kojima does and actual meaning. That's not unfair. That's not at all unfair. Also, he's kind of like... he's very far up his own butt. We did play it. We did play Driver. I had fun with it. But I do think that there were some issues. I will be putting the VOD up on YouTube, and the links to my YouTube should be in the panels below the stream. I don't know the timestamp, but I guess it would probably be around the 3-hour point if you just want to jump to that and not watch an entire, like, 3-hour stream. I 100% understand. Oh, fuck. I completely forgot how to play. Okay, good. It's X. I think that this dream actually added more tracks since we reviewed it. I think when we reviewed it, it might have only had 1 or 2. Because there was a city track that we did that I remember, and that it looked very much like the Wipeout track. It would be better if they put in Neko Navy music. This is true. I also should be looking at the track. They're still working on more tracks. For real? Because I think, like, we reviewed this maybe in the before or just after I came out, so that would be like over 3 years ago. That's commitment to a project, and I definitely can appreciate that, provided that they are still enjoying working on it and they don't feel like it's something they're obligated to do. It came out in the beta, and then they took a big break, but they still are. That's wild. Like, that's wild cool. That's super cool. Kronos is so far up his own ass, apparently. Yeah, yes! And that's... not the first time that he's been accused by weird right-wing folks of being some kind of weirdo. There was also, like, he did I think a promotional picture for Death Standing, where he was with an actress from the game, I think, and they had one of the babies in a jar, and then that got retweeted by an anti-abortion account with the text that these evil liberals had aborted their baby and then taxidermied it or something and put it in a jar. You're not wrong, Ludo. You're not wrong. I'm also playing this terrible. I only just remembered how to drift. Have you played any of these Super Go games in Dreams? The aesthetic is different than Wipeout, but the gameplay is similar. No, I have not, but I'm going to write that down in my notebook. Because I would like to do that on the next stream. That's reaching so far, I'm surprised their arms are attached. I mean, you're not wrong, Kronos. You really hope that they got a good stretch in before they did that reach. I plan to improve drivers with updates. That's good to hear. That's very good to hear. But I want you to know, and I want you to know unironically, that I did have fun. He's threatening legal action about that thing that the French alt-right people tweeted. Yeah, because that's the kind of thing that I think could be problematic in Japan. Like, you could make a libel case out of that. He should take the money he gets from that legal battle and fund Neko Navy 2. Now, Kronos, I want you to think real hard before you go wishing on that monkey's paw. Because you know that if he funded Neko Navy 2, it would be Neko Navy 2, a Hideo Kojima game. And do you want that? Is that... Do you want Meat Man to give you a 45-minute soliloquy on memes and meme culture before you get the chance to fight him? He should fund Red Chainsaw 1.5. Wait, White Chainsaw. Should he though? Should he? Do I have to say it 3 times, Kronos? Is that necessary? What was the last Hideo Kojima jam that I played? Honestly, it might have been Metal Gear 2, because I missed out on PT. Quite possibly the only FOMO that I will ever honestly regret is that I missed out on Silent Hill's PT. I just fixed the bug with the checkpoint. That's a good thing. That is a very good thing. Oh fudge, did I get turned around? I totally did. We are not going to post a high score on this race, but that's okay. An attempt was made. Oh my god, these mosquitoes have just devoured me, and I itch literally everywhere. The last one I played was Death Stranding, which I insist is a fantastic game that makes its point extremely well, only to be hampered by, and I will need to take a moment to read that. Give me a oh shoot, we got spun around. We got spun around like a rat song. That's rat with 2 T's, like the cool kids spell it. I like that there's a small indie following making Strand likes. I this is not a like a knock nor a dig. This is just me being kind of out of many loops, Lambda. But like, is this a Strand like? Is that a game in the vein of Death Stranding? I mean, from context that makes sense, but I kind of just want to make sure. In the words of Blaise Pascal, if I had more time, I would have wrote a shorter letter. I love that. I love Kronos, that is a quote that I didn't know I needed to know, and I needed to know that. Because that's fucking hilarious. Similar gameplay ideas. That's okay. Now, actually, has anybody called Death Stranding a walking simulator? I kind of want to know. Because if Death Stranding gets a pass about being a walking simulator, I'm going to be a little pissed off. Well, it just seems like quite literally it is, and that's okay. Which is funny, I say that because I enjoy Nishio Ishin novels, which is word spaghetti times 100. I've never read any Nishio Ishin. They're Strand type games. Kojima was very clear about it. I mean, I honestly didn't know, Ludo. I kind of, just because of the media bubble, I guess, that I live in, like, I never get any of the tail of games, like the long tail of games. I see all of the discourse that goes up to games, but after they're released, whatever impact that they have, I miss, like, all of that. I'm not even, like, I'm not trying to be cool about that or anything, it's just like, I literally have no idea. Alright, now, I did promise that we were gonna play Batman as a wrap-up. Hive says the difference is Death Stranding is actually more of a walking simulator than quote-unquote walking simulators, in that it has a deep, systemic simulation of walking. That's kind of cool, honestly. I don't think Kojima should be the one to say it, like, walking sims existed before Death Stranding, not all walking sims are Strand-likes now, I don't know, it seems a bit big-headed of him. I mean, that's, like, that's kind of Kojima in a nutshell, though. I've never gotten the impression that he is a particularly humble man. Which is not necessarily a knock on him, but I do think it's kind of a thing. Wait, where did Driver go? Okay, there we are. Because I want to check a fudge. Come back. I want to check out this Batman level. Lamatanza 05. Where is our Batman? It's about connections! That's not what he was getting at with calling it a Strand-type game. Okay. I think his Strand-type concept is way more elaborate and convoluted than just walking games. Alright. His point was the Strand-type game is entirely about the connectedness its mechanics foster with humanity. Now, is this going to be, like, I want to check. Is this going to be the Adam West Batman? Is this going to be the Michael Keaton Batman? The Val Kilmer Batman? The Christian Bale Batman? Or is it going to be the sparkly Batman? Robert Pattinson, right? That's the sparkly one? I almost look forward to being copyright struck by Marilyn Manson. I just kind of want to like shout on the hilltops and say, bring it. Pattinson, not Patterson. Thank you, Hive. History. I saw the scene where Adam West Batman was just carrying a bomb over his head, trying to figure out how to dispose it. Some days you just can't get rid of a bomb. Honestly. Like, oh my god, this mosquito, I think it's just the one. I think it's the one mosquito, and it has devoured me. It's learned its lesson. What was that? Oh, right! Batfleck! I forgot about him totally. There's... Adam West Batman has issues. Many of them. It has many issues. But it has a charm. It has an honest charm to it that I can get behind. Holy, wait? Why? Our Batman is like hyper detailed, but no one else is? I will not tell you anything, Batman. Better think about it. This is Michael Keaton Batman, by the way. This is totally Michael Keaton Batman. So many nuns. You will not need to enter. So you're the leader of the gas gang. Yes, and soon Gotham will be ours. We'll see that. I hope so. The gas gang, they seem like pretty good. They seem very sporting. Say it in prison. Wait, is this only the story? Do we have to do the open world to actually play? Gotham will have some peace. I can't do a Batman voice. Godspeed, Gas Legion. Why? Llama, this is special. I don't know what it is, but it's special. I kind of like the fact that, like, Batman is hyper detailed, but no one else is. There are people who live here, except when he is the vigilante. Now, I will not allow anyone to poke fun at the translation. Second languages are hard. English is bullshit. I mean, I don't think anybody here would, but saying this is just a general statement to the ether, to anybody watching on bots, which I don't expect, but anybody who does, we're not going to bag on anybody's second language. That's not cool. We don't do that here. A wild guy wanted me to rob the bank. He went behind that building behind me. Be careful, that guy was scary. Okay. We will be careful of this wild dude behind the bank. Yes. Absolutely. I do think, I mean, there's a lot of things I bitch about my old job about, and there's a lot of things it deserves to be bitched about, but I do think the experience of both learning a second language and trying to teach people a second language helps to drive home the fact that, like, languages are fucking hard, and we need to give people slack. Chronos says I tried to play Death Stranding, but by the time I finally had a plot to get a grip on, I was already asleep or dead. If it didn't stick with you, yeah. Wait, we've got ninja? These ninja dance. My ninja friends, are you... should we fight? I looked at chat for a second. I didn't catch if these ninja were enemies. Can I also dance? I would like to dance the Batusi. Oh shit, they just... They're ghosts. They vanished. Where'd it go? Oh, Death Stranding mechanics. Its mechanics come together to tell a story about a functional postal service and an internet is important. About how a functional postal service and internet is important to build communities that range larger than small settlements and in ways are a form of nation building. I wasn't laughing at your point, Hive. I think that's a good point and a fair one. I still think Kojima is kind of up his own butt, but fair enough. I was laughing at Lambda's point. But, like, Lambda, the Eevee gang are going to explode if you throw them into fire, and that's, like... Only the billionaires of the world can afford to be super detailed. Oh, shit! Are we playing Snow Crash? We're playing Snow Crash, aren't we? Where, like, all the normal people have store-bought avatars. They're all, what are they called? They're Clints and Barbies. And it's like the super cool hacker elite and their billionaire friends, they get to have super detailed avatars that actually convey facial emotions. And all the facial emotions were based on hero protagonist and his girlfriend. Snow Crash is a lot, but at the very least it is the most accessible of Stevenson's books and is probably the most enjoyable. Okay. The fact that the police station has a giant police officer's hat on it is charming as fuck. But I do kind of also want to crack up laughing. But it's also been 4 hours into the stream, so I don't really have the energy for it anymore. My friend is impatient to see me. I always thought there should be a gang in the Mad Max universe that is nothing but EV cars. I guess unfortunately we can't really avoid the ableism in that name because there's not enough of the name to have left over if we cut it out. So that is not your fault. I'm terrified, called, honestly. But you probably do know how to make me laugh. You have successfully accomplished this disgruntled Maximilian. We could... Oh, Jesus, Call, don't. Please don't. Great Value Bunraku. I honestly don't have the energy left for a guffaw anymore, Call, but I want you to know that there's a guffaw in my heart. No, Lambda, it's not like... This is one of the problems with a lot of media, that it's kind of hard to chop up media names in a way to not be ableist sometimes. Like, we could talk about John Carpenter's In the Mouth, and then drop off the ableist end because there's enough of the title left that people will know what movie we're talking about, but Disgruntled Maximilian doesn't leave us with a lot to work with, so, like, yeah. Sometimes that's the way it goes. Renaming it to Chad Max. Would I get that, like... Would I get that immediately, though? Disgruntled Maximilian is a movie I would watch? Yeah, like, yeah. The devs of Witch Stranding posit that a Stranding type game is a game that comprises 1. Nurturing. You exist to care for a world and its inhabitants, which have individual concerns. 2. Transportation. You move stuff around. 3. Physicality. In Death Stranding, the physicality of packages carrying on your back as you swaying on your back as you carry them. I do like the idea of games that are based on community and nurturing, and I think that would be an interesting concept if it's carried off well. All right, Llama, I do feel kind of bad because like I don't have the attention left over to engage with your level the way that it probably deserves. I liked what I saw of it. It definitely has some presentation issues and model issues, like character model issues that could be polished a bit. But as a one-man project, that's fairly understandable. You're working with a lot of different moving parts here. I super appreciate that you put in the English translation in subtitles. That was cool. It allowed me actually to get into the level. So I appreciate that part. And I look forward to more of your work in the future. But unfortunately tonight I'm going to cut this level short here and go back to the hub and put a bow on our episode before my brain meats completely melt into a melty thing. Because they're feeling very melty. Also, bitch branding. What? Wait, what? Hold on a second. I feel like I missed a whole bunch of stuff. Okay, what am I missing here? Hive says, I'm honestly tempted to play through Death Stranding, but skipping all the cutscenes. Okay. Ludo says, doing a subversion of Witch Stranding called Bitch... Oh, okay, I get it. And it's about a Randian girl boss. Wait, okay. A Randian girl boss of a marketing firm? And then the branding works not just as a rhyme, but as a story conceit. Thank you so much, All-Star. I hope that you have a lovely day. I hope you have a safe day. And that you're not pressed more than you can handle, basically. It works. It works. But the brain meats are... We're done. We're done. I got stuff to do tomorrow, which is actually technically today. So, folks, this was good tonight. Thank you so much for being understanding about yesterday. I appreciate that a lot. I appreciate that we've got a community that's not like bitchy about that kind of thing. Bitchy's not the word that I want. But whingy is not the word that I want either. That aren't assholes about that kind of thing, because sometimes it is a bit of a necessity. But to follow up yesterday with the chaos stream that we had tonight, that was pretty damn cool. We got Great Value Bunraku, which is going to stick with me, I hope. It was all fun and games, as they say. It was indeed fun and games, although a lot of podcast. Wide-ranging. It was wide-ranging tonight, and I appreciate that. I liked that little armless dinosaur. I wish I figured out a little bit better what was going on with that level, but that was a cool one. But we simply got to put a bow on it. So, everyone, please do be taking care of yourselves. There's a lot. I have had to spend the last 2 years basically saying everything is a lot, and having everything continue to be a lot. I know that in your lives that you've got lots on your plate. You've got your own pressures. So, please engage with those in a way that is not going to break you, because I'd like to see you again next time. I'm not getting words tonight, and that pisses me off because this is the one part of the show that I would like to be utterly sincere. Um, so maybe we'll do this in the format. Formats work for a reason. Please be drinking all the water that you need. Please be taking any medications that you have on schedules. Please know that there are a lot of people out there who are rooting for your well-being, who care a lot about you, and want to see you have your best life. I'm one of those people, but I'm not the only one. Please don't think that I am. Um, yes, that's what I want to say. Even if it's the format, I mean it. But I gotta go. So, from me, Isco, here in Tokyo, to all of you out there, wherever you may happen to be, thank you, arigato, sayonara, see you, and ciao.